I sure, Seth. Chicken Run. Yeah, I guess we'll work on that. Marcel, Quaido, Melvin, Astronaut. Hello to Seth and Dagro, Shorty, Mephisto, Mad Cat, Killboard, Wolfie. Yes, if you do not want to see software work, you should tune out right now because it's gonna happen. And Seth, it's gonna take a tiny bit longer because I was looking at the old code on the old platform for this thing, and I don't know, fuck this shit. That's all I can say about that. We can make this way better, way more flexible, way more maintainable, way more everything. That's the plan. So, what am I talking about? Where's the... Hello, visual. That program. There we go. Okay. Chicken Run. So, for those who have no clue what the hell this is, it's, by the way, it's going to be horizontal, no longer vertical. So you're not going to drop chickens or eggs, although maybe we should. I don't know. Sony, Mimax, Demonirdo, Fracker, welcome to the stream. Music might be a bit too loud, but I need something to get into the flow. I think it's fine now. So what's going to happen, or what's supposed to happen, is that these things here, well, probably with the number, will walk across the board. So I have the assets here. And, well, there's probably one missing. Maybe we need one more effect. Okay, so the plan is this. Can we group the bug with the numbers or something? How does that work? Merge layers? No, that's not what I want. I want to group things. Can you group in Photop? That's the question. Is this one? Link layers. Okay, that sounds like a plan. Link layers. Cool. So we got that. I should probably name these a bit better, but we'll clean this up later. I just want to demonstrate what the plan is. And then we link these two. Okay, now let's see what happens. If I move this, yeah, okay. So the plan is we have these. You're excited to see the Eve integration with this. I mean, it kind of has an Eve frame, so the whole frame is Eve-like, right? It's going to look like an Eve window, and well, the bugs will move in order they exist, like 1, 2, 3. So this one is going to make a move. In this case, this guy would just go here, and then number 2 is going to make a move, and this is grass. That means. It's going to just stay there for the next turn, and then that guy's going to move. This guy's going to move. This guy's going to stay because he likes the grass. Consuming the grass, by the way, in the process. So it would be some sort of like... Where's the grass? No, that's not the grass. Is this the grass? Okay. Now that one ate the grass, and this one just moves forward, right? And now this guy's move is, oh, I gotta go down the line. So... it goes here, right? And now, yeah, the grass is basically a pause or a slow. And now this guy wants to move here, but that's not going to work, so it's just going to wait. So that guy goes there. Then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Whoops. 2, 3, 1. 2. You get the idea. And then this is the final board status, right? So the game is gonna be, you ask for a game, you probably could get one per day or one per whatever unit of time, which if you are correct with your guess or your assumption how the board end state is going to be, you will get a bonus in LP. That's the plan. What's the software and name I'm using now? This one is called Photop. Looks like Photoshop, costs $5 a month, and doesn't bother you. You can also have it for free, by the way, not sponsored, and then you have some ads on the side pane, but it's basically Photoshop for free without any shitification crap, pretty much. Okay, so this one here, the winner would be 1, 3, right? And depending on how these buffs are going to be on the board and whatnot, things are going to be in different places at the end. Let's get back here. So there we go. I probably want to have a speed buff as well. I still need the visuals for that. Better than GIMP? I always had issues with the nature of how GIMP was organizing their stuff into these little windows and whatnot. I never was happy with GIMP. I was using Photoshop for what, 25 years, and this one is very similar to it. So I will take this over GIMP. And this is web-based, by the way. You can install it, but it's web-based. You can just run it in a browser. You don't have to install anything if you don't want. Yeah, if you're an Adobe kid, you know, I made that mistake when I was young and dumb, I guess. So I got locked into the Adobe suite of things. Okay, so this is the plan. What do we have? We need two things. A backend that is doing the board calculation and the progression and the handling with the LP and all this kind of crap. And then we have a front end, which is basically just the viewer, I guess. Yeah, pretty dumb. It should be, hopefully. And yeah, I want to start with the backend, where we create a little piece of software. Okay, I want to do this with some constraints. Like, it has to be. I don't want more than like 50 business logic kind of lines of code. You know, there will be some sugar and some configuration and some what's the word, boilerplate crap you just need because we are using Java and then you just have to do the Java things. But I do not want more than 50 business logic lines of code. How about that? And the code has to tell the story. So we're not going to cramp everything onto a single line because what I just said, that would be dumb. Your issue with it, what issue about? It's hard to eliminate objects from their background with Photopea? Actually, I had pretty good results so far with this. Hello, Lord Rumdell. You know, my name is good morning. So you had issue with Photopea. I'm using quick selection usually, or object selection, and that works very well actually. It's not as precise. Okay, you have to work. Well, usually I just shrink the selection by 1 pixel and I'm good. Is that really how you are supposed to pronounce it? I don't know. How do you pronounce the program? Photopea. Yeah, photo and P. That's the word. Photopea. Yeah, isn't that the way I'm pronouncing it? Not sure what I did or do I need more coffee? I don't know. Maybe I need more coffee. Okay, so that's the plan. But we'll start with the back end. We'll probably not get the front end part done today, but let's see. I'm correct. Okay, Photopea. Can highly recommend. Wait, let me. Photopea. I think, yeah, that one. And you can just, again, not sponsored, but you can just use it like this. Oh wow, the ad blocker even works. Usually you have ads on this side. And then, well, you can either, I got mine, so I'm paying $5 a month to just get rid of the ads. And totally worth it. This tool is super helpful. It works right in the browser. You can use this on your frickin' phone if you need it. It's glorious. Hello, Sarah Charlie. Okay, so now, sit down. We're doing okay, no, we are doing some. Let's name things. That's always a hard thing to do when you are in the code and you're like, how do I call this? How do I call that? So what do we have on screen right now? And not like, you're not going to call this a chicken buck or something, right? I want to have this somewhat generic. It could be, you know, any sort of visuals, but yeah, and any sort of effects really. But at the end of the day, we have a board. We have a board. Hello, face easy. And on the board we have... How shall we call the box? The box are entities, right? Yeah. So we have a board. We have entities. And we have effects. Let's call it effects. The grass is an effect. The water thing is an effect. And all these things, the board is divided in a grid. And we have cells in that grid. We have columns, rows, whatever. Yeah, it's kind of a table-like thing. A board with a CEO. No, just a board like a board game, right? A player. Actually, the player is something that comes into play much, much later, Mephisto. Right now, we're designing the board game. How many instances of this we have and how they are, you know, instantiated or used from where and displayed where, that's completely irrelevant. It's about the rules that will guide this, as in, so rule number 1, if there's something in the way, as in another entity, I cannot move, right? I will just be wherever I am. And then if I'm on an effect field, the effect is going to be applied if possible. So, for example, if this is like a go down sort of thing. So if that happens to be here, well, maybe we can avoid generating this sort of thing. But if this is here, that's simply not possible because it will put the bug out of the entity out of the field, right? Or out of the board. So this one will just be consumed and have no effect, for example. Well, I'm just making up shit on the fly right now. How is this going to work? Okay, we're moving bugs from one cell to another on a grid. And the effects basically affect... So we have a normal move. Let's do it like this. Normal move is just forward. We have a general default move effect, a default effect maybe even, on a cell, which is x plus 1. Yeah. Default effect is x plus 1. And then we have these other effects. This one is the pause effect, which is basically x plus 0 for the move. And it gets consumed or transformed back into the default. And then we move on, right? I like that. The pawn. So these are not players. These are just entities on the board. The player will be like, hey, I want to play this game. And then the board will be generated with some effects and the 3 entities. And the player, you, is going to guess what's going to be at the end here. That's the idea. Could go to the... Well, but technically, yeah, this could go to the top, but let's not make it complicated. Maybe we will make it just so that this cannot happen in terms of generation of the board, right? Totally possible. Hello, Genesco. We'll figure this out. So you're not going to move these pieces. The pieces will be automatically moved. So this is a guessing game. You see the effects on the board, and you're gonna have to guess how's the buck distribution at the final column of this board. That's it. Hello, Jer. How's it going? Okay, so let's reiterate. We have a board. We have a grid of cells. We have entities. We have effects. What else do we have? Yeah, I guess that's what we have. We have confusion. No, I'm just trying to get this together in my head, not getting influenced by... So I was looking at the old code for a bit too much, which is, I don't know, horrible. That was a real shit job. But now we're gonna make this... We're gonna make the code tell the story, and we will keep it brief. That's the plan. Okay, we'll just look at this eventually. Let's get started. We need code. Boom. Let's make that a bit smaller. Oh wait, where is it? turn this off. There. Actually, let's do this. And if I minimize this, it should automatically... Yeah, there we go. No matter if you move the pieces or not, the chess pieces are still objects. The pieces are entities, Mephisto, for me. I don't want to call them pawn, because then you make already an assumption this is some sort of like chess-like thing, which it isn't, really. It's just a board with entities on it that traverse the board in a grid-like fashion. That's the plan. We need a... but we are going to... I'm going to call it chicken run for now. Yeah, let's create a new folder. Because that's going to be the concrete implementation. Motherboard and daughterboard. All right. So chicken run. And yeah, let's get started. We will create a file. This is a board. We have a board. I don't want to have 700 files as well, so we will... Also, I'm going to try to bake immutability into a lot of the things we have, a lot of the classes or objects, basically. And we'll make records so it's immutable, and we don't have to worry too much about moving pieces. And well, the whole thing is about moving pieces, but let's try to avoid too many moving pieces, right? Hello, PK. Would also be nice if the main business logic was kind of contained in a specific place, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. So we have a board, and what is the most significant thing? The board has a grid of cells. And the cells are the host of different things. A cell has a coordinate on this board, right? A cell has an entity, well, sometimes. A cell has an effect, the default one, I guess, which is the one we don't see. And then these. Yeah, I think I want to pin it on the cell for now. Anybody in agreement or not? Java reminds you of the apprentice times. How long ago is that? Morning Mort Fasting. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I think I want to pin this on the cell. A cell has an entity at times or not. A cell has an effect. Basically telling what's going to happen if an entity is there when the next move is called. What do you do with an entity you currently have if there's the next move called? Yeah, I like that, I guess. Well, if you pin it in a cell, you would mutate it when moving it. An effect. So I wouldn't move an effect. Effects are static. Well, effects can be consumed, maybe. So there's no way that everything is going to be immutable. That's not going to happen. And I think at the mutable thing, I want this. The cell is going to be the mutable thing. The cell has a state. It either has an entity or not, and it has an effect, and it has a location, aka a coordinate on the board. Something like that. Okay, so we have a board, and we have a cell. And the cell is not going to be immutable. That's not possible. Well, I mean, but then it's going to look weird. Okay, the cell. What does the cell have? The cell has may have an entity. I'm going to put the members down, and then we'll figure out where to put them. Okay. Oops. Oh, maybe not public. Cell has an entity. And an effect. The cell has a coordinate. Maybe we don't need this here, but I'm gonna start from here. Let's call that location. That one is actually not gonna be modifiable. So we have a fixed coordinate. The cell is not gonna move. The entity is going to be either in this cell or not. Yeah, and there's gonna be an effect. That's the plan. Okay, what's the entity gonna be? What do we need? The entity needs an identifier. Yeah. But we need to know which one is which, right? The identifier is never gonna change. The entity itself is never gonna change. It's just the entity will be assigned to other cells, but the cell is the holder of that information. So the entity itself can be a record. Whoops. Let's make that a record. That's an immutable object in Java. Can I type entity? And I don't know, let's give it an ID. How do you declare records? Why is this not working? Insert complete. I forgot how records work. Java record. Give me an example. Jeez. Oh, okay. Curly brackets. Boom. Cheers. Chicken-headed ladybug. Yes. Easy, we're freaking out about this. Hello, Caroline Chalmon. Good morning, Alexi, Sarek. Aslan, you cannot see... Oh, shit, you can't see the code. I'm an idiot. My bad. Okay. All right, so I started with... we need an entity. We need an effect. And we need a coordinate. The coordinate is going to be final because the cell is not going to move. It's the entity that is either in a cell or not. So this one here is... This can be null. Or, yeah. And this one here can be null or change over time. I don't know. Something like this. Okay. So we have an entity. And we have an effect. The effect can be a record as well. Has some sort of identifier as well. I like a string for this. We'll see. And the effect is going to change the behavior of the cell. We will need more stuff here. I don't know yet. So I need to be like... This one here is... How did I phrase it earlier? This one here... So the default behavior or effect is x plus 1, y plus 0. Right? That's the default effects. X plus 1, y plus 0. This one here is x plus 0, y plus 0. This one here would be x plus 0, y plus 1. That's the effect. And the effect has two components. It's x and y. So does a coordinate. Any idea? I guess we need to see how a coordinate works, shall we? Public core coordinate. A coordinate has an X and Y. Ah, wait, it's a record. Oh, you can't. Ah, damn. Need to get better at this. Okay. Record coordinate X, Y. Wonderful. That means this guy here has a coordinate. And we call that an offset, right? Holy shit. Yeah, pretty happy with this. We just have to figure out. We'll probably have some default effects. Good morning, Riper Snifle. Okay. Let's get that cell initialized. A cell has a coordinate. It may even have an entity on initialization. When we create the board, right? There's this, the first, what's that, column has entity in it. Also, it may have, I don't like the may thing. You know what? We will make it so there's always an effect. And we just want, we want like a default effect. I'll figure that out later. Let's see. Okay, so we have this, we have an entity, we have an effect. Can we auto-generate some code? No? Okay. I usually don't use Visual Studio Code. I have, what's it called? IntelliJ at the consulting place. I don't really know the hotkeys here. We'll type. Typing gives us more time as well. Wait. Oh, that works. Okay, so we got that. Okay. What else do we need in the cell department? Isn't there a community version of IntelliJ? Good question. There might be, Mobius. Actually, I haven't even bothered to check. Okay, let's figure out the whole effect management first. We know these move. We'll take care of that later. The thing is, we need to apply an effect and consume it. So an effect can change over time, right? I don't know. From what angle do I attack this? let's make it functional first, as in functional angle. Little pseudocode. Let's get the border. The board ready. The board has columns and rows. Yeah, let's initialize the board first. Let's see how we go. We will form this as we go and refactor it as we go. That's the plan. Okay. Oh, sorry. Oh, God. Okay, you know what? I'm going to turn off photo P. I might actually... So until now, if I popped up the photo P thing, it would just be on top of the code, and then you wouldn't see it. And then when I minimize it, which I forgot all the time, you wouldn't see the code. You wouldn't see the code because I didn't minimize it, even though I don't see photo P anymore. Now I turned it off, meaning I will probably still toggle back and forth a little bit just to visualize what I'm trying to do. And maybe I will forget to turn on photo P. Okay, we'll go as we... we'll figure it out together how this is going to work. Okay, so we have a board that we're going to initialize, and the board is going to consist of cells. Let's call that the grid. Which is going to be a cell array. Something like that. And we'll have to initialize that here. That's the plan. Okay, pseudocode. Just to see if I like what I like this. We're going through. Oh wait, how are we gonna pin this? Yeah, we'll go through calls and then through rows, and then we are populate cell. That's the plan. Yeah, rows and columns are configured. So here's the thing. I don't even know how many... Okay, I'm intentionally turning this on. I don't know how many... You know, we could have 3 entities. We could have 2. We could have 4. We could have 5. We can have, like, I don't know, certain amount of... We can even just have 3 entities, but, you know, more columns. Sorry, more rows than just 3. The board is going to be a rectangle for now anyways. And I haven't counted this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we're going to make this configurable. This is the easiest thing you can do, a board. Make it configurable in size, right? Easy. We'll have this as flexible as it gets. That was sort of a no-brainer. I didn't even think of that. For me, that was clear. All right. And then we need... I want to call it grid cell. Okay, that's how we generate the board. And here we're just doing this. I want So one important thing, you were going to be, I don't know, maybe a bit confused about this. There is no, there's going to be no comments in the code. If I have to make a comment in the code, I did it wrong. So right now, I'm wondering, I have to, if it's the first column, I need to create entities for that. That's one thing. How do I know it's the first column? And also I probably need to do something here as well, because that's where the board ends, and we need to know this. And I don't want to have a constant, like, am I in the last? I don't know yet. Here's what I want to be able to do. Kind of like a switch, but it's not going to be a switch because that won't work. So if first call, so this is pseudocode. We're going to fill this in later. If first call, last call has to be special as well, because we need to put, I think I want to have an effect. Yeah, we're going to abuse abuse an effect to be like, hey, this is where it stops. This is that would, oh, this is actually kind of cool. So imagine, I don't know, I need something. Do we have, let me draw on a new layer, new, let's call that stop. I don't know, I'm just gonna make a rectangle and I'm gonna fill it. Where's the fill thing, you know? That one. Okay. We have edge cases. So normally you would be like, so some of you might not know this, but I really like to keep things as generic as possible. I don't want to put or block myself from being able to do something in the future if it's easy to just take it with us right now. So we could be like, okay, if it's the board, like last column, this is where it stops, right? And then we can fill in, and we can do the calculation like this. Like we move this unless, well, X would be greater than the columns, right? We have, and then we don't do it. But what if we wanna, let's say we not only have an effect that is pause, go down, go up, speed up. What if we have like a trap, as in the chicken goes here and literally dies or disappears or stops here, because that's the stop now and not necessarily just this. So I want the whole, like, okay, that's your final location. I want that to be an effect and not like just every time I move a thing to check, yeah, am I at the end of the board, right? Does that make any sense? I like the whole effect idea. So I want an effect, and the stop can basically be anywhere, and the entity will just stay there and not move anymore after that. But that would even allow us to generate boards that have, I don't know, like, remember Seth probably remembers this, when we had this previous game, there were like a little nooks to the sides where the box could slide into and just stay there for the rest of the game. So yeah, I want this stop thingies to be an effect. Okay, let's make that an effect. However, we will still have to initialize, let's say, that version of the game we are looking at right now. So if it's the first column, we will put the entities in. If it's the last column, we will put the stops in. And yeah, otherwise otherwise it's a normal field that will have a random effect, right? Something like this. Now what I do not want to do right now is something like we could be doing like this. If first column, that's this. But that doesn't speak. That's just we compare col with 0. That's not good enough. I don't like this. Especially this one here is going to be... This one would be something like... like this. Fuck this. I don't like this. Okay, we're not doing this. I think I already have what we have a grid, right? And we can ask a grid about something. So we need a grid. And it's going to be very likely... Oh, let's make it public. Record. Grid of cells. How do we call this? I don't know, something like this. The beauty of this is even though this is just an immutable like object or value holder, it can also have functions. So we could... What do we need to know? Is first call, is last call, right? So we can technically do this. Because that's the ones we need right now. Cool. Something like this. And then we would call this a grid. And Oh, typing is important. Okay. Grid is lost. Cool. Okay, cool. I think I'm happy. Colorful code makes it so much easier to follow. Yeah, color coding is great. Okay, so we have, all right, and call. Jeez. I also have another keyboard at the consulting place. Haven't coded on... Actually, have I ever coded on the Be Quiet keyboard yet? Don't think I did. Am I dumb? What's wrong? Oh, idiot. Yeah, we can start. We should start from 0, shall we? Oh, this is what happens if I move shit from pseudocode to actual code. Maybe we should... I don't know. We'll see where it goes. All right, so... yeah, this is... is this correct? We need... No, the amount of columns is this. Yeah, columns first. It's the amount of columns. We initialized it this way. How many years of experience in Java? Maybe we'll not do the pseudocode thingy anymore. Or not as much, because transforming this apparently seems to be a little bit ugly for me. Okay, so now the code is telling a story. This part here is, well, that's just another record which is formalizing what we are trying to do. There's probably going to be some more stuff in a grid as well. I actually do wonder if this one here, that kind of is at home in the grid, really, I would say. Yeah, I like this better. Grid coordinate, that makes more sense. So I will do a lot of refactoring all the time. This makes more sense to have the coordinate there. So grid coordinate. Cell is kind of the anchor. You know what? I'll get that over here. That makes more sense to me. Okay, so we have a cell entity effect. We have a grid of cells. Fair enough. We have a coordinate. And we have a cell grid. We call that cells. Oh wait, that's already imported. I'm actually not happy about this. I don't like what the IDE just did. At the end of the day here, I just have a bunch of cells, and I want to know if this one is the first column of it, and if this one is the last column of it. Okay, I like this. This is better. This is how we initialize the grid. This looks very clean already. So we create this, we provide how many columns and rows we want. Based on that, we create a grid with columns and rows, and then I have to go through each cell basically in order to populate that grid cell. And then depending on, this is sort of configuration or initialization, which can change depending on how we want to use the thing, right? This is not really actually what we want to do. This is just, let's set it up. Okay, first column. What the first column needs to... We need to be able to set a cell into the grid. Okay, we need... Are we going to use coordinates here? You know what? We're going to use coordinates no matter what. So we can make less mistakes. So this one here is a coordinate. Obviously a grid. No. Yes. Grid coordinate. We call that location. What the hell was that? I'm not happy with the... Oh, we'll refactor eventually. Okay, this is what I want. Yeah, we'll need a proper import for this, but we're gonna fix this later. So, grid coordinate. Call row. Okay, and then we're gonna whoops, why did that not copy it? Gonna do it like this, and we'll switch over to coordinates here. Okay. Let's see if the initialization feels right now. Oh, wait, did I? No. I said we need a set as well, right? Yeah, we need a set. We provide a coordinate, that's the location. And we provide a cell. Oh, that's very easy as well. We just need to go. Here. Right? let's initialize the grid. Now the first column is going to be a cell with the location. Maybe we can optimize this away eventually. An entity needs an identifier. Let's go with a location. Row. That should be 012. We'll figure out a better way to do this later. What else does the entity need? No, entity doesn't need anything else. We need an effect now. Okay. Or no effect. I don't know. I don't know yet. We'll see. And this is a cell entity, right? Yeah. Actually, Wolfie, that's the whole point. Have you been watching so far? I've been refactoring more than I actually coded. The thing is, I'm not 100% sure yet with this default effect thing. So I'll just leave it empty for now. Okay, so the last column needs to... Okay, you know what? Fuck it. We gotta make a decision. Effects. We have default effects. We probably have multiple effects that are default. So we need... is this a record? This is not an enum now. Effect default. The default effect. Let's give this an ID. I don't know. D for default. And that thing has a grid coordinate of default is x plus 1, well, col plus 1, y as in row plus nothing. So it's 1, 0. Why is this not computing? Ah, I'm an idiot. And we need an effect that is like the end, right? Final? And that's gonna not do anything anymore. You just stay there, right? So this means, well, that's the first column has a default effect. Actually, no, we can just go cell effect default. And that's not new, that's just this one. Okay. If it's the first column, we have a cell with a location, an entity, and the default effect. And then we have the other case where, well, we still have a location. We have a cell. We do not have an entity. That's the last column. At the start, we don't have an entity there. And it is going to be the... why is my autocomplete not helping here? I don't know. Final. Okay, this is the final thingy. And then every other field has a location. Has no entity yet, but we need a random effect. Now we need the other effects. We need more effects. But effects are essentially just coordinates, right? And you know, we could come up with whatever effects, in fact, in the future. So I would kind of want to keep this here. The only effects I'm declaring here. I want the other effects, which can be whatever, just any offset in any, you know, call row directions, even negative ones. And we can come up with whatever. So that's not going to be in here. This is kind of like an enum with default, or the default enum of effects that do exist, because we need this for the board to work at all. And the other effects, they can be, we can come up with these from the outside, right? Shouldn't the effect better be named clean or empty? Default kind of points to an initial state, which doesn't necessarily need to be empty. We can call it no effect. Although, here's the thing, there is an effect, Wolfie, that calling it no effect, the way I set this up is not correct, because there is an effect. It moves the entity call +1 per move. So there is an effect. It does something. It is not nothing. And I would say default is pretty accurate in this case. It is what happens when nothing else happens. And that's the default. I'm going to stick to default for now. Maybe we will refactor it later. Maybe it's too early to tell. Final, I don't know. End. Stop. I don't know. Isn't it better to call it default and have a separate no effect? Yeah, but what would no effect do? No effect is +0 +0. That's the stop one. I think we cannot have... Every cell has a default effect. It has to. Oh, okay. I think this will make sense. You know, when we are here and consume this effect here, that is right now grass, if it's going to be consumed by an entity, or yeah, the entity uses it, we will have to flip this to something else, because if that grass is eaten, for example, okay, maybe it's not going to be grass, chicken eating grass. Wait, chicken do eat grass. Do chicken eat grass? Sometimes, I think. Oh, anybody? Do chicken eat grass? Okay, whatever. The point is the same. They do. All right, they do. At times, I think. So, and it's a bug. It's a chicken bug, right? So the bug part definitely eats grass. So the point being, this thing here is going to be eaten or gone. And gone means we have to put the cell back to default. I have an idea. But it's too early. Maybe it's not going to work out anyways. All right, let's go back to here. This, we added this for a reason. We need effects now. Okay, this is not part of the code. It's just part of me being able to start this. We'll have to, run it and see how the board initializes. All right, so this here isn't. Oh, I can do it like this. This here is just configuration, not part of the actual implementation. So here's what I want to do. I want an array of effects. Call them cell effects. Those are the random ones. And I want to be able to actually pass this to the board when I initialize it. So I don't have to define the effects inside of my implementation, what other effects there are. Well, there's the default one and then there's the final thingy, right? But I want to be able to be, hey, I have these effects. Make it happen. That's cannibalism? What? Chicken eating chicken? Chicken are omnivorous. They eat everything, even meat. Holy crap. Okay. Ooh, we could have an effect that makes it so it eats the chicken in the next feed. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. So we have, we assume when initializing this whole thing, we can provide what effects do exist, apart from the default ones the engine needs to actually do its crap. So we need a random effect here. Oh, okay, so. I'll just initialize this. What just happened? Why did this become wider? Oh, well, the thing went away. Okay. Actually, I don't need to see this right now, do I? That is just better. Although I'm in the way now a little bit. Let's keep it open for now. Do we need a giant chicken? Can you make the chicken turn to a KFC drumstick? I mean, entities can probably have things done as well. Okay, now we need a random effect. What is this gonna do? We have an array with certain types. And we need to give one back. Let's make this generic because I like that stuff. Random. Oh wait, it's not. Here we also need a probability, right? We don't want all the cells filled with effects. That would be not good. We need a lot of defaults actually. So we need a probability. What's that? Double effect probability. I don't like this 700 parameters. We'll probably put that in a configuration record eventually, but eventually. Right now, I'm just... What's the goal? First goal is to... Let's generate a board and see how it looks like. That's the current goal. And then we'll go from there. We need a giant chicken on screen that'll eat the erst redeem. Okay. Okay. Oh, there's also wiggles. We need the probability. And I want this method. To be able to specify default. As in... So this method is gonna pick a random effect with a certain probability, or just put the default thing, return the default thing. Well, what's wrong with this comma? I don't know. Oh, we can't name this default. Really? Default is a... Woof. What's happening here now? Oh, yeah, okay. The method isn't isn't doing a thing yet. That's what I'm so confused about what the IDE is like underlining, because this one is correct. The shit in here is missing. Okay, so we need a random effect, shall we? What's a good random? How do we? I don't. Java generate random value. Getting random numbers in Java. 15 years ago. That might be a bit harsh. Adam C. Jonas. Thanks a lot for the raid. I assume you were working as well. It's a shout out. I was too slow. Go check out Adam C. Jonas stream. Are you by any chance coding in C? But it seems like you have to run. Appreciate the raid. Welcome everybody and happy Friday. Guys, what are we doing right now? Generate. Okay, 1, 2, 3. We'll use number 1, I guess. Any reasoning as to why this is number 1? Util random, specific range, math random, thread local random. This is the recommended way in multi-threaded environments as it reduces contention. We might generate boards multiple at a time, so I guess that makes sense. We'll do that. And greetings. Welcome to the stream. So, okay, for those who just arrived, we are doing this. And we are doing it in a bit of a maybe unconventional way. So the gist of it is we have a board and we have entities that move through the cells on that board. So there's a grid, an invisible one. And we want to have effects on these cells which do things, as in how they move, how they behave, the entities that is. And they also consume whatever effect there is in a cell. And this is for a stream, a little mini game where at the end of the day, the viewer is gonna ask for a game, maybe once per day, maybe through Twitch. What's it called? The channel point thingies, like you can have 1 redeem per day, start that game, and then you would have to guess how does the final row look like when all the moves that are possible have been played out. And I'm currently working on the back-end part of it, which I want to restrict myself to not more than 50 lines of actual business logic. to make this happen. And it has to be as flexible as possible, you know, board size, kind of effects and whatnot that exist, and behaviors and all this gist. So here we are. We currently have 2 classes and a bunch of records for stuff, but we will explain this as we go. Right now I'm trying to get the board initialized so we can see a board automatically having, you know, the entities at the start, the random effects distributed across the board, and then print it out. That's the plan. After that, we will go into how the entity or how the cells are actually transferring entities based on effects, and when the effects are going to be consumed and whatnot. Okay, board initialization. We are here. And I need a helper method which picks a random effect from a array based on a probability, and if it doesn't hit, we will return the default. That's the plan. And actually, this should already be doable here. So we have the effects, we have the probability, and we have the default, which is gonna be, well, the cell effect default. Now we just need to make it happen here. And we decided to use a thread, local random, right, for this. Let's see what that thing does. Current, okay. Returns the current thread local random object. Methods of this object should be called only by the current thread, not by other threads. Fair enough, that's going to happen anyways. And we need a... Usually these things have a next function. Next double. If that next double is greater or equal our probability, this is going to be a return. Then we will actually have to do... Okay, you know what, we're going to optimize this later. I want to be able to build this proper. So if this happens, random, else return default. So if we figured out that we do want a random effect, we are now going to pick a random effect. Guess we can use that one again. Next in bound, it has a bound. And the bound is gonna be the effects we have. Is that -1? Give me the gist of it. Uniformly distributed int value between 0 inclusive and the specified value exclusive. So we don't have to do -1 here. It's just going to be the effects length. And that is our pick random effect. So let's double check if this makes sense. Actually, no, it doesn't. This way it makes sense. So we have a probability between 0 and 1. If it is smaller equal the probability, we will actually give a random one back. Otherwise, it's going to be a default. Okay. That's... Wait, is that it? That's it? So far. this should actually work. Well, it's what we all say, right? Okay, let's see. New board. We have, let's make it 7 columns, 3 rows. Oh, we need to generate a bunch of cell effects, and the probability, let's make it, I don't know, 33%. Now we need some effects. Let's actually define some effects. Okay, we have an effect we call up. Let's put an U in there, and then we have a cell grid coordinate of up. What does that do? Up stays like this, -1. Yeah, col +0, row +-1. Well, -1. Up. And then we have down, and we have pause, and we have speed. Okay, down, pause, and we have speed. Hello, Aslethy, how's it going? Yeah, 14 Celsius. Oh, that's glorious. 14 is great. Okay, now we need to pass that here. So we have new cell effect thingy, and we'll just put them here, I guess. Oh, wait, we also need a label. So the down is D, pause is P, speed is S. Is this colliding with anything? D, it's colliding with D. What is this? Default. You know what? I have an idea. Let's actually make this blank for reasons I will explain in a second. Okay, cool. So that's the board. I want to see if it crashes. Nope. No exception yet. All right. We have a board. Now I need to obviously print the board. How do we do this? I need probably some, yeah. Wait, did we call this a, yeah. Yeah, maybe we want to call this grid. Whoops. We need to traverse the... No, wait. Oh, we're gonna print this. Oh, God. In a system, I'll print line kind of manner just to keep it simple for now. So I need to go through the rows the other way around. Oh, I don't like this. Brain gymnastics that early. Something like this. We're almost there. By the way, this is not part of the code we are actually doing. This is just the code to check if what we did so far actually does something. So it can be as dirty as it gets. And then we can... I think we can just go through the cells, right? I don't like this board grid cells thing. We need to figure out how we want to address this properly. This reads wrong. Okay, so entities have numbers, right? So if cell... Oh wait, we don't have that yet, that field, right? Well, we have the field, but we don't have access to it. Public entity. And we'll also need the effect, right? No? Did I not save it? Save. Wow, my IDE is not updating properly. This is weird. I think I should probably switch. It's there. Okay, if we don't have an entity... Actually, if we have one... This... What's the matter here? We go, ah, yeah. Brain gymnastics, I should probably do the other part of it. This one. You coded a command center and you're building apps with it now. Cool. What LSP am I using for the Java support? I have no idea what the Visual Studio Code has by default. Whatever is the default. Or at least I think I have the default. Okay, so if we have an entity... We're gonna make this more compact later, but... Like back in the day, system out print, shall we? If there's an entity, we're gonna put out the ID of the entity. If it's not the entity, we're gonna put out the effect. The effect ID. We also need some bars, right? Where is this gonna be? Bro. Where are you there? And then one at the end. And then we switch line. Oof. Is this gonna work? I have no idea. Let's see what happens. Oh, something happened. My head is in front of the thing that happened though. So we have entity 0, 1, and 2. And then we have down. We have the final fields at the end. Oh wow, this actually worked. This is up, pause, down. Okay, let's see if we get another one. Okay. Seems like the board generation actually works. I don't know, can you see that? Can I make this bigger? No. That's as big as it gets. Alright, enjoy your breakfast. Okay, this is the least likely code I'm gonna touch again, so let's make it a bit more compact. Hello? What's my IDE doing right now? Loading. What? Running paste handlers. What the fuck? What was that? Why would that take so long? Jesus Christ. Okay. That was odd. Okay. Bad connection to the cloud. Yeah, so here's the thing. I'm using IntelliJ at work, and we have this, I don't know how it's called, AI package stuff, or we have a license for some AI things, which I think is just part of auto-completion. Sometimes when I start typing, the IDE freezes for like 5 seconds. And I'm like, what now? I don't need your help. Don't fucking, I don't know, LLM the shit out of this. Just let me type. This is so bad, right? Oh, okay. All right, let's see what we can do in terms of cleanup. Let's start with okay, I don't like the initialization here. This is ew. Let's make this a record as well. Configuration. copy this, I guess. Configuration. And then whoops. I don't like, constructors that just get longer and longer. That's dumb. To pass to your main class and whatnot. So we have, actually, let's call this config. Okay, I'm happy with this, I think. Let's get rid of this. Wait, I don't need to do this. Captain Yemel, I'm working on the backend part of, where is it? This little mini game for the stream. What is it? What are we doing? A mini game for the stream. We have a board. The board has cells. These are entities. They move from cell to cell. There are cell effects like this or that, which affect the behavior. So this one will go here, we'll take a break, eat the grass, then the grass is gone, and so on. This one here could, well, let's say if this were here, that one would. So I'm gonna play this for you. Okay, first entity moves, second entity moves, third entity moves, first entity moves, second entity doesn't move because it's hungry, it's eating the grass, and now the grass is gone. Third entity moves. This one here has the switch, as in this one slides down, boop, and it's gone. Now this wants to move, cannot because entity blocked. So this one moves, this one moves, this one moves, this one moves, and so at the end of the day, this is going to look like this, and the viewer has to basically guess what's the end row, end column going to be like. In this case, 1, 3. And, we can scale the board, and this is something. And this is sort of like a mini game I had in the past, but it was vertical, had different rules and whatnot. And the code I created back in the day is just it's just crap. I want to have something super compact, super flexible, super maintainable. And it has to, well, maintainable implies it has to tell the story. There will be 0 comments in the code because the code is going to document itself. That's the plan. So this is, I have the front end assets already, as you can see. Maybe we'll need some more, but that's basically what we want to do. Okay, so let's go through what we have. We have a board, and on the board we have a grid of cells. Well, we have a configuration because we want to be able to initialize this stuff, columns, rows, a bunch of effects that we want to be able to pass into this, as in there are default effects that are baked in, but we want to be able to provide new effects, like, maybe there's going to be a jump even, or I don't know, no idea. And then an effect probability. Here we are initializing the grid, calls rows, populate a grid cell, And depending on if it's the first column, and if it's the first column, we are going to put, well, the entities in. We will have a default effect, which basically is x plus 1 or col plus 1 on move. Then we have, if it's the last column, it's going to be a final effect, as in, you know, at the end of the board, things have to stop doing things. And then we have all other fields, which don't have an entity, but we pick a random effect for them. Based on a probability. If it's hit, it's a random effect, or it's going to be default again, which is x plus 1. Right, the rest is, yeah, I don't know, helper method to pick a random out of an array. That's it. And, oh, now I just need to make this a configuration. What are you doing? IDE, Jesus. Okay, so here we are initialize. I created some effects that I'm going to pass up, down, pause, and speed. And here we are basically initializing the board. This is just visualizing to see if the board generation works. So that's it. Let's hit it again to see if it still works, or did I destroy it? Yeah, we have a board. Here's the entity O 1 1, and then we have an effect. D is down, S is stop, and then we have the final at the side of the board. So this works so far. Let's see. Yeah, we get different kind of effects and boards every time we run this. Next is gonna be, we need to make this actually work, as in we need to have a tick. So we basically tell the board to force a move. To force the entities through the board. That's the second thing we need to do, and then we're done, although that might be a bit more complex. Isn't that like very predictable from seeing the board though? You mean how easy is it to figure this out? Okay, wait, let me show you the complexities of this. So we need hold on. Those are the stops, right? Let's put the stops here. And then we will have, let's just put some effects somewhere, right? 1, 2, 3. And maybe let's rotate this or something. Where's this transform? Flip vertically. Oh no, shit, not the whole thing. Oh god. Layer. Where can I edit? Ah. Okay. So, Chone B. Can you guess it? How easy is this? I think this is pretty hard, actually, to guess how the final stage is gonna be. You want to play it out? Let's play it just to see. Any guesses, chat? Team Disco says 2. Okay, the rule is this. Entities always move 1, 2, 3, and then entity 1 tries to move again, and then 2, then 3. It's always like this. If there is another entity in the field, an entity wants to go, the entity has to wait. Just looking at erst code only. Sorry, what? I don't know what you mean, Janesco. Okay, so what's the final result here? Let's play it through. Okay, first entity moves. 1. Let's actually make sure, wait, the things are aligned more or less. Okay, so that one moves. Okay, that one moves. That one will take a break next move. That one moves. Okay, that one moves. That one is going to take a break and eats the grass, which I have to now delete. Okay, that one here moves. We'll take a break next move. Okay, that one moves. That one moves. That one waits, eats the grass. And that one slides down now. Whoop. And this one here is gone. Now that one cannot move because there's a bug here, right? So that one moves. Back to one. That one would like to go down, but cannot. So we just removed, whoops, this one. That one cannot move because there's a bug here still. All right, so that one moves. Then that one moves. That one moves. And that one wants to go down, but cannot because there's a wall base. Well, you cannot leave the board. So we consume this one. That one moves. That one moves. Okay, you get the idea. What's going to happen here? Okay, the final state is 1-3. Who guessed it? It's not up. No, that was down. The thing here in the middle down here was down. You want to file a bug. So I don't think it's that easy. Nobody actually guessed it correctly. Okay, let's go back. All right. You get the idea, right? You went down, went up. Did I? Wait, did I make a mistake? Hold on. Did I play the game wrong? Shit. How can I get forward here again? Can I do redo? What's redo? Okay. Let's see. Did I make a mistake? No, what am I doing? Shit. I made a mistake. Maybe I can't. Control Y is somehow not working. Okay, I fucked it up. Anyways, it's not going to be hard, easy, right? Not that easy. I wanted to prove the point that it's not super easy. We can prove the point by just looking at the guesses. Team Disco said 2, Seth said 2-1-3, Curiosity 2-3-1, Wolfie 0-2-1, 1-2-3. Okay, we got everything. It's not easy. All right. If it's too easy, you know what we do? We just add some rows, basically. Joan B, if you know the rules, you can obviously make a predictor program that's if there's no randomness in like, you know, this is an effect and we don't know what it is, then it's going to be completely predictable. Absolutely. Will you go through the effort though? That's the question. Now, what did I want to do? I wanted to make it work. As in, we need to be able to step through the whole thing. How do we want to do this? We need to basically only do something. Let's go back here. Visually helps. So we are having our board. We tell the board to make a move or to force a move. And in this scenario, all we care about to make a move, we care about a cell that has an entity in it. If a cell does not have an entity in it, it's irrelevant. We don't need to do anything with it. Also, we need to stop moving. or we need to know when we're done, right? When everybody is on, well, either blocked by somebody who is already at a final destination, right? Then we have to stop, and we have to know that we don't need to move this anymore. So an easy thing to do would be just track where these are, in which cells they are, right? And basically forget about them when they are in a final place, or when they are blocked by something that is in a final place. Something like that. All right. So we're gonna go functional at this again. So from when I have a board, I want to tell the board, hey, make a move. And I want to know if that was the final one. So we have a method called move. And what is a move? I would say that is a cell doing an action is a move. Yeah. You haven't saved your work, Ladybug's assets in 150 minutes. Okay, wait, maybe we're gonna save this. Cool. No, I was wondering what a move is, as in, is a move like all three of these, you know, are gonna do their move? Is that a move, or is just a single entity moving a move? I think we want to have it that granular. That makes sense. Because sometimes an entity move isn't actually a move, because it realizes, oh shit, I can't move anymore, or right now, right? So a move is a entity, is a tick in the board, basically. And since the entities 1, 2, and 3 are not moving simultaneously, they are moving one after each other. One tick is a move of one entity. That's the plan. Or an attempted move, I should probably say, of an entity. So what is the easiest way? After every move, we can kind of determine if the entity we just moved has a chance to move again or not at all. If we can probably detect if it was an entity's last move. So what I do not want to do is, right now in here, I don't want to, I don't know, store in a variable what was my last entity I just moved with the ID. And then move it and determine which one is the next one and whatnot. Like, I don't want to have a state like this. But okay. It's always, the sequence is always the same thing. We try to move 1, then 2, then 3. It's always from the lower entity number to the higher entity number, right? So if this one is gone, it is still from the lower to the higher, because we move 2 and then 3, and then 2 and then 3. It's never the other way around. This is a rule, otherwise it's hard to predict what the outcome is going to be, right? It's going to be always one. I want to say top down, but you know, they might actually change location, but it's always 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Now, in Insomniacs, okay, I have an idea. What about this? I'm going to draw on the panel. Maybe you get the idea. Where is? I need something I usually don't draw with this at all. pen. Does that draw something? No, that does something weird. I need a brush to a pencil brush. Okay. It's always like, you get the idea? Okay, let's try this. What's that called in Java? A queue. A ring buffer. DQ. I think it's called DQ. We need the DQ. Is it DQ? DQ. Of type cell. That's the cell which has entities in it. Let's call this movable entities. Naming is not final, obviously, right? Fleming, this is special. I will explain this at another time. Oh, no, not what I wanted. What do you want from me? I don't understand. Oh wait, is a DQ not what I think it is? Double-ended. Nah. This is what I want to do. Circular buffer. And not a buffer. I wanna. It's gonna change in size. Array. I don't know. Maybe this is a thing. There. Interface Q, no DQ. Array DQ. Resizable array implementation of a DQ interface. Array DQs have no capacity restrictions. They grow as necessary to support usage. They are not threat safe. Okay, that's important. Array DQ is what I want. Okay, and where are we populating an entity? There. How can we do this in one move? We cannot. So I need the entity. Sorry, the cell I'm generating here with the entity in it. And put it in here. Here it doesn't matter. Actually, let's be specific here as well. Add does add lost, but let's do add lost here. Now I need a grid get mechanism. Where's my grid? Grid set. That one should work. Maybe there's a better way to get the thing I just passed there, but it's okay. Okay, now we initially we put all of the entities into the movable entities thingy, which is a DQ. And when I move, because we just learned not thread safe, I'm gonna make it so that this is thread safe. So we are going to, I'll just put a guard in if I'm dumb, or if I'm calling this on a board that is already finished, I don't want this to throw an exception. So if this is empty, we just, whoops, we stop. If it's not empty, this is a cell with an entity in it. And we are going to remove first. So we are taking from the top of the array. And then we do shit. And we need to know like add back to movable entities if move still possible. Otherwise we don't, as in eventually this one is going to be empty because we are not adding it back to the back, right? We're taking from the front, we're adding to the back, and so we make sure it's the sequence is always the same, but we only keep moving the ones that are still having possible moves. So that's sort of the idea. Does the intake of milk increase with age? Yes. Cheers. In my case, definitely. Oh, wait. Oh, Mr. Flopsy turned 31. You started to drink a lot of milk. I always drank a lot of milk, in fact. If the chicken 3 has water, it can't slide down. It can't slide up. So, yeah, we'll have to figure out the specifics. Sure. Right now, I'm trying to get a board that works somewhat generically, and then we will define where to populate what effects, so it's making sense. Or, you know, an effect might even actually wrap around the board. Totally possible. I don't know. We'll find out. Okay, so what is the best? What would I want this to do? How do I want to write this code so it tells a story? So this story is clear. If there's no entity that can move, well, we're done. Otherwise, we want to get the first we have to move now out of the movable entity DQ array. And then we want to move this thing. The problem here is this thing doesn't know anything about the grid other than its own location, so we need to give this thing the grid so it can... Okay, here's the plan. Cell has to figure out what to do. This is where the actual business logic is going to be, the main chunk which decides how to move things or to push an entity to another cell or not, depending on whatever. That's going to be in here. So we need to give this thing the information it needs, and that's the grid, right? We have a cell with an entity that can move. The cell knows where it is. It has its own location. And now we are passing along the grid in this operation. And the cell can figure out what to do with this information now, right? Yeah, I like that. Will I do a roadblock or a brick wall effect? So Mephisto, we can do that. As I said earlier, these things here, like the final row, or this is where it stops. We don't necessarily have to have them there. Well, we probably have to have them there, but we could also have one here. Question is, you know, is it gonna be hit by an entity? And if so, it would just stop here. So yeah, we can do brick walls, Mephisto. That's the answer. Because we made the decision that this one here is not just a like, because it's at the end of the column thing, it's an actual effect which makes the thing stop. Then we can place it anywhere, which is cool. Okay. So what's going to happen in here? This is going to be very interesting now. So this is the do shit part. Okay. Oof. No, it's going to be interesting. We need a method called move. Not sure if it will have a return or not. Maybe a Boolean, maybe not. Move. And we have... We get a grid. Mephisto was away for 40 minutes. I'm working on that sequence of vent-based route of moving rather than the box along the way. So I'm moving box through cells, and you know, early on I decided, hey, I want the entity itself. I don't want the entity mutable. I want that thing just static. The entity basically moves through cells. And rather than saving everything on the entity, I was like, you know what? There's a cell that occasionally has an entity and an effect, and then we can calculate the outcome of these two things. So the entity itself is completely immutable. It's just getting passed through cells. That's the whole idea at the moment. Maybe this is wrong, but right now it's kind of working so far. Well, we'll see. Actually, we'll find out right now if this is going to work. Okay, so we have a... We have a cell, which we call move on, and we only do this if we know there's an entity in it. Oh, are we going to put guards in there for that? Not sure. Okay, we need to do multiple things now. First of all, when we have this move, we have to check what effect we have, right? And the effect is an offset. So we need to know what the result of this offset is, right? And then we need to check if it's inside of the board, I guess. Then we have to go from there. So we will have coordinate. Let's call that destination. Whoops. Let's make it bigger. And the destination is my location plus by effect offset. Now that method doesn't exist on coordinate, but that's probably easy to do. Zip. I don't know. Probably that one, right? Keep in mind, the reason why I'm doing it this way is I want to tell a story and I need to know sort of the main flow. And I don't want to be like calculating shit here. I want to be like, hey, I need to move on the grid. I do know that I have my own location, obviously, right? We have a location. So I want my location plus the offset. The effect is imposing on me. And then we have that destination. And I don't want to have weird math here. I just want to have a story on this line. And Wolfie's maybe getting this wrong, but that means you iterate each time through all of the cells. No, I don't. That's the exact thing I don't want to do, Wolfie. I keep track of where the entities are. I'll walk you through it in a second. I just want to get the move done now, which is kind of hard. Would it make my life easier if entity only had a position in it? Then the effects can opt to modify the position of the entity, avoids the cell level abstraction, and having to deal with arrays and moving entities. So here's the thing, we can try that once it's working. We can try maybe to refactor it, to slice the bread in a different way. But right now, I feel like this is the most efficient way because watch this. I don't expect this to be way more lines of code. So in the board to push an entity to wherever it has to go, or maybe it's gonna stay where it is. Ideally, what's the story? Okay, if I don't have movable entities, fuck off. If I have, I need to know which one is the next I want to move. So I get the cell it is in. And then I tell the cell to move. Maybe we call this move entity. Or try move entity. I don't know the wording yet. So on this grid, the grid has all the information on, what's the adjacent cell. Has all the information about the board. And ideally, so this is kind of like an attempt to move the entity. The entity may not move because it cannot for multiple reasons. Maybe the effect said you stay in this cell. Or the entity couldn't go to the destination cell because there's something in it already, so it stays. But sometimes it actually moves because it can. And you know what? We need to know which... Holy shit. We actually need to know where it went, the entity. And then, look at this. And then I need to be able to ask it if entity cell is final, as in, you know, can the entity in this cell move ever again? And final obviously is false when is true when it can't move anymore. So if the entity can't move anymore, if it can move still, we're going to add it at the end of the ring, the DQ, and that's it. No, we need now we need to tell if there's more moves. So if that one is not empty, there's more moves. Okay, do we agree on this, that this is very simple to read? So on the level of the board, I know which cells have movable entities because, well, initially I know where they are because I'm initializing it when I initialize the board. And then I'm just checking, yeah, well, is there anything to move still? If not, okay, go back or return false, no more moves. If there is anything to move, I'll get the first one that I have to move, which is a cell. And then I give that cell the command to try to move the entity on this grid, which in return gives me a cell back, as in the entity that I tried to move from that cell is now in this cell, which may be the same cell as it originally was because it couldn't, because it was blocked by something. And after that attempt of the move, if it happened or not, doesn't really matter. We have a cell again, and we check if the entity in, or if the cell that entity is in now is the end cell. And if it isn't, well, there's more move, so we add it back to the DQ. And then we just return if there's still entities here. I think this is pretty good. And on this level, like if you read this method, is this method telling the story? Is this understandable what's happening here? Maybe we need to call this try move entity or something. I don't know about the wording of that method specifically yet. How do you put a trade API there now to generate obstacles based on price? Okay, no worries. This is not a market tool. What the hell? A cell needs info about the effect. A pawn needs to have the location. Not necessarily. Keep in mind, this is an object-oriented thing. The reference the cell has to the entity is tying it to that location. Okay, what the hell? Why are we talking trade APIs right now? Okay, I liked how this looks. No, actually, this is just called move. Move. And it is completely irrelevant if it actually goes to a different cell or not, or why not. This is where the entity is after we told the cell to move its entity. That's the result. Boom. I like this. Okay, now we go back to the cell. We need to actually make this happen. So we have so far determined that our location, this is the location of the cell, right? The cell has a location in the grid. We are adding the effect offset, which is either one of the default effects, which is the default is like just move one to the left, to the right. And final is like don't move at all. And oh, it could be one of these effects as well. We inject it basically, right? Could be up, down, pause speed, whatever. So it does that and gives us a destination. This is where we would move the entity if we could. Now we have to check if we can, right? And first is somewhat of a I think we forgot something. There's something that is super important at this point, because we do not want this effect to apply multiple times, right? I have something closer to factorial conveyor belts. I don't dislike that, Sovars. So when this is here, deciding where to go next, it is accessing the effect. By doing that, it is consuming the effect. So the effect has to go away. Well, go back to the default. We need to take care of this, because once we try to figure out where can we push this, this is based on the effect, and therefore we have to make sure we're not using this twice. Or this has to go away afterwards. So let's see how we do this. This method is going to be a bit more work and maybe not super obvious at times, but this is consuming the effect. This is super important. How do we consume an effect? And thanks for the support, Sovars. You know what would be really cool? What if consuming an effect does not necessarily mean that it's default? So if we go here, this bug eats the grass, and then the grass is gone, it's the default effect now. What if by eating that grass, the bug actually pooed, which is a follow-up effect, in a way. And I think we can make this super easy. As in, even like, that is not even which effect follows the other effect is not a concern of what we are implementing right now. It's just an option we can pass. You know, we're already passing the effects, right? We basically created a bunch of effects here. We came up with what that does in terms of coordinates, right? Or of offset. We could also tell what happens afterwards. What if you could just be like, hey, if this one is used up, I wanted to do this, and then you just provide another effect, like default. Yeah, wait a second. That makes a lot of sense. We'll call this effect next. Now I probably cannot reference myself here, right? That's gonna not go well, is it? Nope, we cannot do that. We can keep it empty, as in, if you do not have a follow effect, you stay where you are. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Okay. Actually, what I just said is like an assumption we made. Let's actually be explicit about this. Public effect next return if next is not null, whoops. We return next. Otherwise, we return this. There. Okay. Okay, we explained what we're doing here with this one. If next is not given, it stays itself. Yeah, I mean, final is going to be final, right? There's no point in doing something. If it's final, it's done. Final is going to stay final. Default kind of makes sense too. It's going to stay default. Okay, I like this. So back to the move. Now we've used the effect by calculating the destination. And it doesn't matter if we can or cannot go there. The effect is used. The effect is used. So in Swiss German, I would call this Bireweg, as it is obvious, right? So effect is used. Give me the next one. Moshpit, what I just did is just a short form of if you have an if-else thing that doesn't do like modifications or calculations or anything, it's just like deciding between one and the other thing to return, basically. You can also just do this if this is the same thing. Well, it's just super like, I don't know. I prefer this. Now I'm not going to chain these like forever, but this is fairly easy to read. Wait. I guess I didn't explain this properly. So this one here is the result is a Boolean, yes. And if it's true, it's gonna do this. If it's false, it's gonna do that. Whatever this and that is. In this context here, it's a return. It's just more compact, and this was introduced, that this wasn't part of the original Java language specification. You couldn't do that, but I don't know. Pretty early on, this was actually a thing. Okay, so that's double check. Is this correct now? Okay, so maybe you've noticed something. You know why the board thing worked right away when we started, actually? So I did the board and the initialization, and it just worked. Because we are focusing on very, very simple things every time we have a function. The function is so banal that making a mistake is like, I don't know, then you just need some more coffee. It's not that hard. We are decoupling all the things from each other and making sure that, what's the term? The concerns are right where they need to be, and they are so small. If you make a mistake there, you probably shouldn't code, right? What strainer is too tight? Disco is just trying to confuse me. Okay, get back to, where was I? Move. Let's move. So the effect has been consumed. I made sure of this. Is super important, or shit's gonna hit the fan. Actually, not necessarily. Other entities will just do the same thing when they arrive in the same cell. It's not that bad, but I want the effect to be consumed when it's hit. Now we have a destination, and we need to figure out, is this What do we need to figure out? What can happen? The destination can be the same because maybe it's a pause or it's a final. And then we don't have to do anything further. Okay. So first we check if we actually need to do something. Where's my location? There. So we only need to do something if the destination is not the same as my current location. And if, well, now here we know it is elsewhere. It's not where I am, it's elsewhere. And if it's elsewhere, we have to make sure it's actually still in the grid, right? So we need a helper. How do I want to call this? Like, we're telling a story. If the destination changed and the destination is on grid, we could use is on grid, but is in bounds. I like that better because we are aware that this is an XY kind of grid thingy. Is in bounds. Then we do shit. If not, we didn't move. Well, then we don't do anything. Oh wait, we said I need to know where the return is, where it is now, the entity. Okay, so we have a cell here, and we give ourselves back because we didn't. Well, we did attempt the move, but it did result in staying, which is fine. And then we give that cell back. Okay. Now we need to make that happen. Grid. That's probably what we want to do, right? So what does that mean is inbounds? This is a location. This is not an offset. Okay. What do we need to check? Yeah, basically, we cannot have negative rows or negative columns, right? So, location call is greater or equals 0. Then we need to check the other side, like the right side of the board. Needs to be smaller than this is columns, so that's the cell length. Yeah, cell's length. And same with the rows. So location row greater equals 0, and Hello, keyboard. That one. Location row. Smaller than cells. Whatever first. Column length. Right? Objections. Are the edges of the boundary assumed, or have you written them in? I cannot have written them in by this being a 2D array. So this is a rectangle. So we are just, right now we are checking if we can physically fit this location in this grid. That's all it does. You know what the cool thing is? We could probably pass a grid that has different rules as well, since we already have it contained. Yeah, cool. But not now. We're getting too far. Okay, oh yeah, that works now. So grid is, so we are inbound and we know that it is a move. So we move and we move inside of the grid. So we need to now know well, what's at the destination, right? Destination cell, and we should be able to get that from the grid by the coordinate, the destination coordinate. Okay, now what do we need to do with this? What are the rules again? I just launched Eve. Has almost the same color as the photo P icon. So we are accessing a cell. No, wait, we have a destination. We want to put an entity somewhere. What do we need to know about this destination? Moving into has nothing to do with whatever effect is there at this point. Doesn't matter. But it is important to know if there is another entity blocking. So we already eliminated the, cannot go outside. That we already did. The boundary check is there. But we need to check this situation. If I want to move this to the destination I have evaluated and there's already an entity, I cannot. That's the thing we need to do next, right? What time is it anyways? Okay. Okay. If destination cell entity is null, then we do something. Do we need to do something when it's occupied? No. We simply don't move. Ah, wait. We need to return this. It's probably going to be... We'll see. Okay. So the destination is free, and then I guess we'll just do a swap, right? So destination cell entity is my entity. Not effect. And my entity is gone now. Is there anything else we need to do? Well, we need to return the destination cell. Oh, then we can do this. Same thing. Okay, do we understand the story here? We are moving a cell on a grid. Well, we are moving ourselves on the grid based on the effect that is in our cell and the location we are. We determine where to go. We make sure the effect is consumed because we just did the calculation based on an effect, and we only want that to work once. And then the effect transitions into whatever is specified. Usually it goes back to default or itself. And then we check if the location actually changed. If so, is the new location in bounds? If the location didn't change or the new location is not in bounds, we stay where we are. But we have the effect consumed. That makes sense. And then we are accessing the grid to get the cell that is at our destination. And we make sure the cell is empty, as in it doesn't have an entity. If that's the case, we are swapping the entity into that cell and we return the destination cell. Doesn't look complex, does it? Okay. Is final. Oh, okay. So we did the move, and then we have a check is final. That one I need to still implement. So if we ended up in a... Oh, that's not in here. We don't have to set that, right? We can just... check what effect this thing has. Okay, this is the check. Okay. What's the problem? Oh, what? Okay, brackets matter. Oh wait, we need to. What is this? The next thing. All right, we'll add next cell effect default. All of them. So they will switch to default after they did whatever they had to. Okay. Now, I don't think I broke anything, did I? Let's see. I'm gonna move this a bit more so I can see the boards. I'm just, it's not moving now yet, still. It is generating boards. Okay, now we need to move the board. Now we need to actually see if it works. Holy shit. I didn't think I would be that fast today. This can't be that easy, can it? Wait, how much business logic do we have at this point? So this is configuration. This is, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 36 lines with business logic. The rest is glue and configuration. I said less than 50. It can't be that we're done with this. Okay, we need to, let's remove this. Print board. Some line so we can see that the state changed. Print board. Why? Ah, void. Actually, why? It's fine. What site did you try on, boy? Sorry, I lost context. Is this gonna work? I don't know. Let's see what happens. Well, it did something. Okay. Wait, let's see if we can... Whoa. It did something. Does that make any sense? Okay, first move, 0 goes to the right. Second move, 1 goes to the right and is on top of that's a stop. A pause thing, and then 2. No, wait, S is speed, P is stop. Okay, S is speed. And 2 goes here, consumes a P, so we have SP, and then 0 goes 1 to the right. S is speed. That one jumped. That makes sense. This one is pausing. That makes sense as well. 0 is going to the right. That one is just going 1 to the right. That one is going to consume P. Ooh, this looks reasonable so far. Oof, it's a lot of moves. A boot.def. Oh, I have not used that so far. Okay, wait. I think it worked. We just have to check a few rounds, I guess, if they played out correctly. I think it's easier if I remove the amount of effects though. Let's go effect probability maybe 10% to have it a bit easier to see if this works. Also, we could technically make the board a bit less wide. Let's make it maybe 4 columns only. All right, let's see. Oh, there was no buffs at all. And, well, that looks correct. Oh, wait, the last board is not printed. Oh, yeah, after the last move, we still need to print the board once more, I guess. Makes sense. Okay. And this looks correct. Now, next. We're not getting any. Let's make it 1 wider and maybe a 20% probability. Okay, there was a pause. Yes, it paused. Okay, no lane change though. We need some lane changes to see how that. Oh, that does not look good. How do we stop this? Kill terminal. So we just had a situation where it went on forever. And here we go again. Can we pause? How do I pause this? Stop. Okay. Okay, it keeps repeating this one forever. Yeah, it's probably not as easy as I hoped it would be, isn't it? Let's see what that means. Okay, so this happened. It's about the final state, Bobo Boomer. The probability is fine, I would say. So this caused... I mean, these are on final field, so they are no longer... The board is trying to move this. Oh, this is not on a final field, but it gets blocked by one guy that is on a final field. Ouch. So, do you agree, chat? I think this is what happens. This guy's on a final field, so this one is no longer going to move at all. This guy is not in a final field, but it is trying to get to here. It cannot because there's a bug. Like, there's already an entity here, and it keeps trying this, and it can't forever. That's not good. So we need something to let this guy know that, hey, because you're trying to move into a field where there is an entity, as in you can't go there because there is an entity, and that entity is in a final field. Limit the attempts on a non-move. Ah, that sounds like a workaround to me. Okay, let's look at the code that fails. That will be in the cell. So here we... Okay, wait a second. Here we are like, hey, we're doing a move if it's empty, the field. And if the field is not empty, we're doing nothing. Oh, wait, you can't see what I'm doing. Here, let's go. So here's the check. We only move if the destination cell is free. Then we move. If it is not free, we need to do something else. So if the destination cell is not free, if it has an entity, so, okay, here we know it has an entity. How do we communicate this? When the return is a cell. So we would need to basically tell the outside here now, hey, colleague, my friend, wait, where is it? Like, or we need to know... Also, wait a second, we need to make this... What happens if... where's the thing there? We only know... Yeah, what happens if this is a thing? Because here, obviously, I can check, yeah, this is busy and my adjacent field is a final one. So this I can somehow resolve, but how am I resolving this? Because that one cannot move because this one cannot move because that one is in a final field. We have a whole chain here. And in a... During a move, I'm aware of one destination cell with an entity in it. Chicken needs to die. Okay, what can we tell about this situation? Is this chicken gonna ever move again? Oh, I think I have an idea. So this one is on a default effect, which means x plus 1. And x plus 1 is indefinitely blocked. So this thing is not gonna move no matter what anymore, like ever, right? Yeah, Greenock is on the same path. What about if final cells, final effects are actually contagious? Let's put it this way. So we try to go here, we can't, and then the final field effect spreads to this one, and then we solve this problem as well because that one bumps into this and then also is, you know, contagious. Yeah, I think that's... Wait, Wolfie, when you detect an unmovable entity, you also add the stop effect to your current... there, yeah. So Wolfie came up with the same idea. Sorry, I didn't read all the things. This is cool. So we gotta go here. This is a return, so we don't need an else. This is only gonna happen if we are not ending up in this block. So we are basically going to check if the destination cell is final. Then we are going to modify our effect to be final. Makes sense. Is this weird? No, it's a consequence. The thing I'm not happy about is that I did not realize this while telling the story, because it's an edge case, I guess, quite literally. Is that why? Is this good enough, or did we make a mistake designing this? Meanwhile, in Eve, they added a lot of strange stuff next to the Amar trade hub, silos and stuff. There's going to be more locations for the Avalon flotilla, I believe, Envoy. So Aslan, we need to know why it is blocked by a chicken. That's the main issue, because we cannot just stop the game if... let's delete this. So this is something... okay, let's make an example. For whatever reason, the board is in this state. This guy is going to pause. This guy's in the field because pause. And this guy wants to move into this. Cannot, because there's an entity. But we cannot like stop moving this forever, because once the next field is free, which can happen because the guy can move after the pause, we need to still make sure that guy's going to continue, right? So it can only the final sort of situation can have this effect of blocking all of these and kind of spreading. Yeah, the final effect is spreading if bugs bump into each other. That's pretty much it. Oh, let's see if it's still happening. We need to hit the play button a few times now, I guess. Okay, that one stopped, that one stopped, that one stopped, that one stopped, that one stopped. I'm trying to see... There. Here it happened. So it worked. Here, it happened again. Okay, the fix worked. Yeah, so that's kind of similar, Bobo. Although yeah. So the idea is to have the final effect spread, which, I mean, it's fine to do something special with a final effect, because that is one which is known to sell. This is a default, or yeah, one of the effects that are defined by the game itself. Can I not? Is that gonna work? Rename. I'm just trying to see if we can min-max some of these things without making it Unreadable. This is unnecessary. I'm actually quite happy with the outcome. All right. I mean, it's kind of brief. The thing is, now I need to let that sit for a while to see if you can read the story. Is this self-explanatory? And we're not talking about the code down here. That's just configuration and testing, basically, if the thing works. Are we trying to get all the minions to an enemy base? I'm not debugging now. I just... Well, I was debugging just now, yeah. We're judging if this is good enough. So I had one goal, which is make it simple. So, okay. Actually... Buckish Pete, what is it? What is your language you mostly code in? Let's see. Maybe we can just choose Buckish Pete to judge if this is good or bad. What we did here. It is less than 50 business. Code with business logic. You just started. You're learning Godot. Godot is somewhat similar to Java, I would say. Is it? Oof, I haven't done Godot at all. So, Bookish Pete, what we did is this. Actually, yeah, we're about to wrap it up. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Let's see. So this was the start. We have a board with entities, these little bugs. And their job is to get across the board. And then there are obstacles. We call them effects. That will influence on how they move. Default move is, you know, every tick, it goes one to the right. X plus one, basically. Until it arrives at a final field where it just stays. And doesn't move anymore. The rule is if there is some sort of obstacle, it has an effect in terms of like what the next move is going to be. This one here means pause because it's eating the grass. So X plus 0 for the next move, which makes it just stay where it is. This one here is Y plus 1, which makes it move one down. And yeah, every time something gets applied, that thing gets removed from the board and switches the cell back to the default action, which is, or default effect, which is X plus 1. That's what we did. And the question is, or the idea is, you have to guess the final row. Depending on the things that happen across the board, the final row could look something like this. Whoops. Not what I wanted. Or whatever, you know, whatever happens with these switch lane kind of thingies. Eventually, you have 0, probably not 0. Yeah, worst case, or one scenario is there's only one guy at the end, right? Or 2 guys or 3 guys in any order. That's sort of what will happen. And the game is about you judging or you guessing what's the final state going to be. What's the final column going to look like? And we created code for this. The code is based on 2 main entities. One is the board itself. The board has a grid with cells in it. And the cell is kind of doing the heavy lifting. The cell is working with entities. Those are the little bugs. They're immutable. They're records in here. And then we have an effect, or an effect definition, which basically is a coordinate offset. And yeah, an ID, pretty much. Then we have the grid itself with the rectangle. Yeah, the cells or the columns and rows and whatnot, with some helper functions to navigate that thing. And the main story is this. Now watch this. We're doing a review now. So the main story is this. You, as the user of this little tool, is going to create a new board, and you has a configuration. You tell the board, hey, I want 5 columns, 3 rows. I want these effects here. So these effects are not defined inside of the actual engine. Let's call it like that. I don't know. The effects you can pass. So what effects do you want to have on that board? I chose up, down, pause, and speed. Could be anything else. And all of these effects, apart from having an ID, so we can sort of see it on the board playing out, they have a coordinate offset. So what is it going to do to an entity that is affected by that effect in terms of movement for the next move? And then after the effect is consumed, what effect shall remain? And right now I'm just going to go back to default, which is x plus 1. So after an effect is used, it goes back to x plus 1. Those are cell effects. So I'm passing the cell effects I want to be randomly chosen in the board, and I give a probability. I want 20% of the fields, the normal fields, to have one of these effects randomly. So that's the configuration. I have a board this size. These are the random effects. That probability to pick from the random effects. Okay, let's see. Board initialization happens up here. We save our configuration that is being passed. We create a grid, which is a new cell grid. We will look into that. We pass in an array of cols and rows of type cell. That's the grid. And then we are initializing the grid. We are traversing the columns and the rows. And for each cell, we will then have a coordinate, column, row, populating the cell. If it's the first column, we need to make sure to set an entity. That's like the initial state. So this is the first column. First column has entities in it. First column also has a default effect because we want, when there's a move, to just move that thing by 1. Technically, we could have another effect on the first column as well, but I would say let's choose just the default one. And then we do something magic here to be efficient. We are adding this cell we just created in the first column to our movable entities queue, which we need a way to keep track where the entities are without searching the whole freaking board every time there is a move. That's the idea here. So we're adding the cell that is initialized in the first column, which has an entity, to the movable entities array DQ. If the cell is the last column, we need to make sure that the effect is the final one, which basically doesn't allow to the entity to move anymore. Also, there's no entity right now in the last cell, in the last column. Then we have all other fields in between, all other cells in between. They have no entity. They have a random effect, which we pick based on the effects that we specified, the probability, and which effect to pick if the probability didn't hit. So, which is going to be default. So if it's not a special effect, it's default. Yeah, we have some utility to pick a random out of an array, which is not interesting. And then we have the actual interesting part. This is telling the story. Every time we want to cause the board to make a move, well, we call this method, which gives us the information if there's a moves left. So you call this as long as this is true. And first we check if movable entities are actually available. If there's no more movable entities, we return false because, well, they are in the final state. If there is an entity, we get the one in front of the queue and move it on the grid we have. And that returns us where that entity now is. So we have a movable entity that is on a certain cell, which is in here. We tell that cell to move the entity on that grid, and then we get the destination. This could be ourselves. So if, the effect says, hey, you stay, it could be the same cell. And then we check, are we in a final position? If not, it's still a movable entity, and we put it at the end of the queue. And we return if there's movable entities still available. That's it. And then the magic happens in the move in here. When we have a cell which has an entity, we tell it to move the entity on the grid based on the effect that is in this cell, which has an offset. We calculate where is the entity supposed to go, as in the destination. Then we consume the effect. This is super important because we don't want that effect to stay on the board. It has to go away afterwards. So we do one calculation based on an effect, and then we want that effect to just transition into the next effect it is supposed to be. After that, simple check. First, we make sure we actually moved. If the destination and our location is the same, we don't have to do anything. So here we check different. Destination different from where I am. And destination has to be in grid. On grid, as in bounds. Otherwise, we don't do anything. We just return ourselves because the entity has not been pushed out of the cell. So if the location is different and it is inside of the board, we are going to get the cell that is at this destination. And we have to check if there's another entity already in that cell. If that's the case, we cannot move. So only if the cell is empty, we move in our entity, we clear the entity, our local one, and we return the destination cell. And then we had this was a bug fix here we just had. There was a particular problem which sent the whole thing into an endless loop, which was this situation. So this one is in a final field. So after the move into the final field, this one would be removed from the movable entities because, well, we know it can't move anymore. It's in a final field. This is just where it's going to stay forever. So we don't even have to try it anymore. But then we had this situation happen. This guy wanted to go to this field, but couldn't. So it remained in this field, but this field was not final. So we kept checking this guy over and over and over. And well, it would have taken infinity to not resolve, right? So we figured if we are bumping into an entity which is in a field that is final, we have to actually copy that effect to our field so we don't check next time. That's these two line accounts, 2 lines or 1 line. Actually, it's one statement, and we can even remove these brackets. That is not necessary. Okay. So here, so if the destination wasn't free, we end up here, and then we have to make sure that the destination isn't final. If it is final, we just copy the final effect to ourselves, and then we are good. That's it. That's the whole thing. Did we just do this? I'm a bit in disbelief. Okay, now I need to have that code sit for a month, and then we will go back and look at it, and then we can tell if it's actually maintainable. I would say the terminology is kind of fine. It should be quite maintainable. It's not a lot of code, which is great. Every line of code is a bad line, so let's not produce any. All right, cool. The rest is getters and setters and configuration. All right, Seth, are you happy with this? Next time we need a front end. We just need to take these assets here and you have a little JavaScript basically working on this object model. We just, or well, on this board state kind of model we just created. We can step through. Okay, let's save this. I need more coffee. There's probably still bugs, but we'll figure it out. On final count, I want to see how much business logic there is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm being generous, by the way. This one here is not necessarily business logic. Let's be generous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, very generous. 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 40 lines of code that can kind of produce a problem or somewhat business logic related. If we were not generous, it would probably be like 30, which is not a lot for what we achieved, I would say. Very compact. And we could even have effects that wrap around the top on the bottom. That should work as well. We can have effects that transition into other effects. And we do provide the effects from the outside, so whatever is an offset on the grid can be an effect. We can have a jump. We can even have it go back, sort of thing, as well. Let's see if that theory holds up. Is this flexible enough to just define a go back event now? Will the board crash or not? Let's try it. Or let's try this. Let's create a new, oh, you can't see what I'm doing. Let's create a new effect. Let's call it back. And what that does, it would send you one back and then transition it to, actually it's gonna stay. We make it stay once it's consumed. Okay. Yeah, let's put that here. A mystery effect. Pick a random. Well, it's. As in you couldn't tell which one it is. Oh God. Okay, let's see what happens if we do this. It's probably gonna all burn. Yeah, it's burning. Oh. Yeah. This is a problem. Okay, this time it worked. I want to have this loop thing again. I think I know what happened. Okay, let's stop this. Ah, yeah, okay. Kind of makes sense, right? Shit. Yeah, so if, let's say we have something like... that's too big, too thick. Where can we... there, okay, so if we have this, and the buck goes here, it's sent back here. But since it isn't consumed, he's gonna just yeah, that's bad. So I would say That one has to be consumed, or we're creating an infinite loop. Or what would we do in this situation? This is a special case, right? Would be cool to add energy levels to bugs. When they run out, they lose. Is allowed to put banana peel slip on it? Or is that patented? But probably that's a patent violation. We can't. A patent violation. There you go. English art. Yeah, that's a configuration that obviously is problematic. I don't know how to resolve this generically. This is just like, if you do this and you don't have it replaced by the default or by something else, that's on you. Okay. This is something that is, I mean, we could probably check. We could reject this as an input. We could basically do a calculation. If whatever effect you provide added to the default effect equals in no move, that's dangerous. You cannot do that. No, that's not good enough, actually. Okay, let's just make this a default. Transitions into default, then it shouldn't loop anymore. Forever, that is. Let's see if we actually got one. Did we get a B? No. No B. I just want to see if it works properly. There, we have a B. Okay, so 0 goes 1 to the right, 1 goes onto the field with a B, 2 moves to the right, 0 goes further, 1 has to go back. Okay, wonderful. Yeah, we can have a go back thing, which is basically an extended pause in a way. It could be a chicken feed that would be consumed by I mean, we can do whatever. We can have a whole chain of effects as well, which is kind of cool. So we're super flexible. Board size, a number of entities, effects, that's all configurable right now. And the probability, obviously. Okay, now let's play some video games. That was a lot of code. How long did we? Jesus, 3.5 hours. Thanks for hanging out. Let's go play EVE Online. Thanks for being with us. And I totally missed like 80% of what you guys were typing. It appears that when I'm in the flow, I'm actually quite in the flow. That worked well though. I'm happy. All right, next up is EVE Online. What time is it? 1 hour before downtime. Okay. We have drops, right, in EVE? Drops. That's how dev goes, right? Hours just disappear. I mean, and the output is what? A total of 100 lines of code? That's actually good. The longer it takes for, you know, the least amount of lines of code, that's probably a good idea. All right, next up is a video game. I usually stream EVE Online. What we just did is a channel favorite of a minigame to come back. And yeah, it's coming back. We just got the engine in the backend, basically. More or less ready. Next dev stream will be doing the front end part which just consumes the output of what we just did. Eve Online. Can I do this? Yeah, Eve Online. Let's call this chores and investigations. We also have to check these locations other than Herdemon, which got like additions, apparently. Ouroboros, thanks a lot for the prime. The Witcher could become a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, it's super flexible. We can change the rules. Or the effects once in a while to keep it fresh, right? So I'm quite excited actually with what we did. Cheers. Thanks for being part of this. One sec. We gotta go and switch all the stream categories and all the platforms to the right ones. Eve Online. Chop. Okay, everything is, I believe, correct. You're trying to create side walking strategy. So, a Bookish Pete. It is obviously not yet pushed, but all I do on stream, all the widgets we have, the things we use, are available in that repository. So eventually you will see this mini game there as well, and then you can just go see if you can take something from it. Okay, back to, I think it is a chore day, isn't? Oh, where am I with my main? Oh yeah, I was chasing C13s yesterday. I remember now. Morning, Ulfburn. How's it going? Yeah, we could actually, Wildport, we could make the entities also carry some things that affect effects or effect changes, or we can make this crazy flexible. All right, what are the dailies today? We have, okay, 50 LP. I gotta do that one. And we got an hour. Yeah, that's good enough. Let's jump. This is the location I want to go. Hello, this one. Oh. How's my standing? Not good. This is gonna suck. Oh no, cargo delivery is actually quick. Can do. Where are my fast shoes? There. Alright, today's chores. Maybe I can even do a PI move. And then I wanna... Somebody said in Amar, there are some visuals that changed as well. Is it in Amar itself or close to Amar? We will investigate quickly after the chores are done. Happy Friday, everybody. It's weekend. Yeah. I'm kind of still confused about how quickly we got it done. Must have slept through the half of the freaking session. They've started building the monument platform in Amar. Oh wait, okay, not related to the flotilla thingy, related to the tax changes, right? Ragnar. Right. I read that in the patch notes yesterday, so we'll go take a peek there as well. Maybe there's even gonna be progress over the next few days with these new monuments / locations. Personally, I'm kind of more interested in the Vanguard flotilla. That could be really cool. Let's loot and run. That's the mission. And now let's make it crazy. Nope. That one. Oh. Ladybug's assets are still on the desktop. Let's move it away. There we go. Yesterday I logged in all my alphas, well, accounts, not characters, to see if I get the boxes. Like 50% of them got it. Got them. Didn't play all of them. The last 12 months. Hello Sobieski, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. We're getting more boxes. It's called the, what was the name? Foundation Day Celebration Crate. As an Omega, you got it for sure. As an Alpha, if you did log in the last 12 months and did some play and whatnot. So, check. There's Plex in these boxes and some Skinner stuff. Could be worth it if you have lots of alts, Alpha alts, that is. You occasionally log in. Okay, mission complete. Split. And we need to do the other one manually, right? Yes. Oh, hello. Game somewhat froze. Okay, there we are. Combi Bear wishes FC would sell loot boxes in the end. What? Why? Hello, Sobieski. I don't think we need more gambling. We already have the hypernet. You use the Empire backgrounds for your characters that are from those empires for quick visual reference on login. Oh, sounds like a good idea. Anomic Ancient. Wonderful. We get the Garistus. Burner. Check. Can do. We are going to Trown. Repair. Double check. Yeah. Online this. Ammo is fine as well. Actually burned out my micro warp drive last time. I mean, you already have quite some treasure hunting and gambling in EVE. I don't think we need more of it. Especially not in a loot box sort of form. But that's only my opinion. What are the drops, by the way? Halcyon Booster. And... okay, tomorrow we will get the Amar Shuttle Khanate Cyber Knight skin. Hello, Nick Paul. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. doing a quick bunch of burners / blitzable missions to do the dailies. Maybe we'll do it again after downtime, depending if we got the 50 LP again, and if not, well, we'll figure something out. I actually want to scan the C13s for rampant fabricators. I mean, if I find one in a C13, we could maybe do an attack fleet and see what happens. Oh, on that note, we would need a confessor fit. We could focus on EM thermal, right, with that one. We'll look into it after. Let's do the mission. Melvin, according to Warlock Industries, yes. So let's hope he wasn't dreaming. No change Lapure, but potentially the rampant drone fabricators can also be in these sites. Can I guess we can turn that off now. Wow, I caught that quick this time. Well, let's shoot it. We got him. What's my range? No, it's fine. We are in optimal. Let's kill it. And while we are waiting, I might as well see or check how much resistances we can get on the confessor in the EM thermal department. Let's go active for now. Thermal is quite high to begin with, probably 2 EMs and a thermal. Okay, plus a repper. Not sure we need an A-type. Let's go with the cheapest one and do the math and see where he goes. What's the cheapest? Corelli B, actually. Greetings, Carolina. Aya, how's it going? What are these? Nano pumps. Oh, okay, that's why. Did I? Oh, it's dead. Nice. Today is a pretty good day, all right? Congrats. Those are beam. Yeah, we would probably do beam. Gleam it out at the very start and then switch over to probably UV. Yeah. We wouldn't need an afterburner, I would assume. I would like to have one heatsink in here. Okay, we're looking at 340 HP a second. Thermal. And 150, 170 thermal. That's not a lot. I thought we would have more tank. Okay, I mean defense mode is probably where it's at when you're getting shot. Fair enough. Let's put a heat sink in. What's the wolf riot effect? Is it plus 200% or plus 100% damage? The C6 one. I think it's just doubling your DPS, right? Plus 200, so it's tripling your DPS. That's quite harsh. So this thing would do about 900 DPS cold in sharpshooter and still 660 in tank mode. CPU says is a bit low. Wait, we don't. Oh my god, we don't need. Oh, that doesn't change at all. All right. Okay, we can have 2 compacts. And we can probably make it cheap. Yeah. Worst case, we have to warp off if we're neuted. If we're not neuted, we can just tank quite a bit. Especially in... Oh wait, what am I doing? In tank mode, alright. What's my range max? Ooh, 50, 53. That's pretty good. Lovely. Okay, I have a rampant configuration I want to try. And we just bring 50 of these and then 100 waves in 7 minutes or something. How about that? Probably not how it's going to work, but I wonder how far one can push it with that configuration. Just a pure DPS. Because if you have like 900 DPS per vessel and you bring 25, you will have 20k plus DPS, and it's going to apply like really well because small weaponry. And it's kind of almost the best or the perfect damage type as well. Could be pretty cool if there is a C13 spawn actually with that rampant fabric. What am I doing? I started launching alphas as well. hope the Omegas are quicker. I think it worked. Yeah, it worked. Okay, last mission. Oh, Earth noises. This is how it sounds when I get a Talos mission. There it is. Accept. How did the coding session go? Actually pretty good, Karen. Basic board engine for the minigame is done. It's pretty flexible. Well, there's probably a shit ton of edge cases that don't work yet, but we'll see. What is the cost of maintaining all these accounts in Omega? I'm in a very special situation, Generis. It is no cost at all, mainly because of the body links. So if you have never used the body link, you can use this on existing accounts to get 1 million unallocated skill points. If you do that, I occasionally also get a game time extension, and I keep my Omegas alive that way for the most part. And that's because I'm live streaming stuff. Generous Twitch. I mean, if I weren't live streaming, I would probably still be able to keep them up, because then I wouldn't give away my ISK. I would use it to Omega or keep them Omega, and you know, there's a lot of activities, especially Abyss or multi-boxing, or yeah, some things just pay very well, and you can get your Omegas easily maintained, especially if you do all the passive things with the PI, the monthlies. I'm doing the monthlies right now on 18 characters, which pays about 4.5 billion a month. That's, what's that, 2 accounts already? Ish. And then the PI is 8 bill, that's another 3 accounts, and then I just have to, you know, play the game a bit. It shouldn't be that hard. How's it going, Hilvaris? Greetings. Welcome to the stream. Yes. Talos mission. Coming up. Oh wait, one account is also paid by FC, because I'm in the partner program. Ouch. Taloses are actually hitting me for once. For Bill with a single mission, I'm talking about the dailies, these things here. You get, more often than not, you get to earn 50 LP for any corporation daily. And then you would just, right now I'm doing a mission with this character here, and then I'm going to share the mission completion with 6 other characters on the other Omega accounts I have. And you need to do this 12 times per month. And then you complete the whole monthly track, which includes some Plex, some ISK, some SP and whatnot. And then you can sell that SP through skill extractors, and that eventually nets about 4.5 bill a month if you do that. But if you do this with 7 Omega accounts, and 3 characters on them, roughly. Well, yeah. Alright, we're gonna go orbit. Yeah, that was fine. So the monthly progress in your opportunities window, we can probably, yeah, we can see this. So for daily completions, you get 10k SP per day. You do it 12 times, and then you have these 12 steps completed, which is some Evermarks, Skinner stuff, Plex, ISK, and then the big one, the SP. And on my alts, my PI alts, these SP things just accumulate, and I eventually extract it and then sell the extractors. The math kind of looks like this. So you have the amount of ISK per month per character is 20 million you get from doing this. It's 5 Plex per account, per character per month. 345,000 SP per character per month, and yeah, a little bit of ISK through the Skinner stuff. And that nets in 4.6 billion ISK after buying skill extractors, doing the extractions, and selling them for the higher price. You're doing money in null with Relic. So what I just showed you only works if you have multiple Omegas with multiple characters on it. Otherwise, you wouldn't waste your time with this. If I were trying to solo Plex my account, yeah, I mean, Relic sounds like a way, but I would probably do Abyssals. Might be one of the fastest ways. And, you know, sort of on-demand kind of content. You don't have to look for it. You just buy a filament, you run it. Hello, Joachim. How's it going? Abyssals take sort of the guess, or I have to look for the content first out of the equation, because Abyssals are just, yeah, click the filament. There you go. And it's fairly constant income as well. And yes, you need to obviously do higher tiers, otherwise you're going to run a lot of them. The thing with the whole Relic exploration astronaut, the prices went down quite a bit since the changes to the hacking side, or the addition of the detected sites. The value just went down. You were hacking way more than you did before, and the value is lower. Which is what I'm not super a fan of. Oh, didn't want to have that cycle anymore. Well, here we are. Ooh, it's even turning. Okay. Also, if you do, I would say if you run, let's say the 3, or if you run 3 burner blitzable missions a day, that can go a long way as well. A lot more explorers now than a year ago, because the streamers showed everyone how to do it better. What? Yeah, these damn streamers, right? Spilling all the secrets off the few, so everybody gets some profit for a while. Unbelievable. Making content accessible. That's just, I don't know. That's unfair, right? That's unfair to those who would have just kept the secret to themselves, right? Damn it. Oh, I'm not getting any good drops. Okay, where's the... I lost orientation. Okay, we're gonna go this way. Move closer to the other guy. You found the channel through the Stradius C5 stuff? Jeez, that's an old video. I really need to make the noses version of this. So you need to make 17 plex per day. That would be 75 million a day. Yeah, even level 4s can do that, right? I mean, the first, or the 2 missions I just did that were burners, they pay about 30 million each. Worst case. So 60 million I just made by playing these 2 missions. And maybe I'm gonna be lucky with a drop. Wolfie, I think I will take that, what's the word I'm looking for? That negative aspect of it. I believe if you make 3 people undock, that is a win over domify it for 1 person. I care about the 3 people who would undock in addition, who wouldn't do that other ways. And I think the ratio is like that. You have more people who actually do stuff because it's easy rather than people who would have done it anyways and, you know, would have, taken a bit more effort for them. I think the math still maths out. Is a net positive is what I'm trying to say. But then again, I'm biased, right? Some people just want to come home after a hard, week at work and not think too much. That's a perfectly fine requirement. Monkey brain gaming after work is a go. Yeah, you just want to turn off everything, right? And I don't know, feel progress a bit. Yeah, if you're having fun, you win. That's how it works. Hello, Griff Rift. How's things? Alright, we finally got a rat number 3 killed. Do we get a nice... No, we don't. Just faction ammo. Oh well, not today then. Does it take a long time to get into burners? Not if you follow a guide on YouTube. So just go for Hateless Gaming burners on YouTube and you will get everything you need. May he rest in peace. All right. I was this morning before I started the stream, I was trying to organize a fan. And then I looked at prices and availabilities and I was like, what the fuck? I've never seen this before. So the same fan I bought for like $100 a year ago or something. I was like, yeah, this is a good fan. We just need one more of these to, you know, have one more, have it in another room as well. That thing was 350 something bucks. The exact same product. Triple the price. And then I was like, okay, let's get an alternative. Non-available. The only thing this morning I could do was I couldn't order one online, which didn't say, oh, it's gonna come here in September, right? I was like, no, I need it now, not in September. The only thing I could do is actually check availability in a store and make a reservation to pick it up. I got one for 90 bucks. I don't know, it's probably going to be crap, but I mean, it's available now and it's not 350. So that was, I don't know, fanflation. I was like, yeah, I'm just going to order a fan because a wife mentioned, hey, it would be cool to have another one for that room as well. And they're like, yeah, let's do it because heat wave next week is happening again. So let's do it. No, you're not going to buy a fan for a good price online. You have to actually search through stores and reserve one. This is crazy. Pay for the fan with Plex. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. It might actually be supply demand, really, Speed Tech as well. I'm so glad I bought my AC just before the first heat wave hit. If I didn't do that, I would probably not be live streaming right now. Man, I was lucky with the timing there. Oh, wait, that's another mission. Complete. Yes, split. Okay, now let's go have a scan at the C13, see if there's a rampant available. So far I got 2 C13s. Which ones? This one. Did I check OnlyFans? Oh no, I should have checked that one, right? Actually, Bernard, I did that. I checked a gardening, like, a home do-it-yourself store and whatnot. They did not have any available fans for reasonable prices. And 350 for a fan, that's just not going to happen. They didn't. Yeah, Bauhaus. I checked. No fans. Well, they did have fans. You could order them, but it said either like September or December even. I was like, yeah, no. Why? That's not helping. I guess the issue is that most of these products are coming or are produced in China, and they're not flying them in. They're putting them into cargo ships, and then it's going to take 3 months before these arrive, right? Yeah, it's dynamic pricing, Aslan, right? There was one store that didn't change prices, but they didn't have any fans. They were just like, yeah, it's gonna be in September when you get it. So the stores that had availability were the ones that were selling these things for triple the price they normally would. And then it wasn't moving, I guess. Your new mic arm took 3 to 4 weeks to get delivered. Ouch. Those are wormholes. Well, I didn't want to order in on Temu, really. I wanted the fan, not something that is dangerous. Okay, this one does not look like a winner. Nope. Let's go check the other one. Ah, probes in space, right. Log off safely. Descan a bit. So after the RAM apocalypse, we have a fan apocalypse as well. Wonder what's next. Which one was the other? C13. That one. Oh wow, Shalmon, that's kind of dark. Not a lot of 6 here. Lazy scan. Let's do it like this. Yeah, turn on your fan. Shalman is a rich boy. Shalman has a fan, chat. Damn. Joachim is sitting there with a blanket. I was actually investigating ceiling fans a few days ago, if that would be a good idea. But yeah, they seem to be not available either. You bought a fancy fan and never got to use it. The oldies took it. So your fan was stolen, basically. That's not how it works, Brain Manager. Guess you've never been married. Hello, King Argon. You have a fan share? Wait, what? Like car sharing? You share your fans? There's also this portable fan you put around your neck, and then it kind of cools your spine or something. I've seen crazy products. Okay, we are not getting what I'm looking for in these two C13s, I guess. Was it 20 minutes till downtime? Really, please? And hello, Sneaky Pork. 2.3 Celsius last night. Wow. You can almost make ice cream at that point. And it's a wormhole. Okay. Nothing here either. Check. I need more C13s, I guess. Let's do some Blaster Boy check-up before downtime and then see what sticks after downtime. Only two, Aslan. Alright. And next. Let's see what the Galenti progress is like. Oh, why am I in Jeddah with this guy? Oh yeah, right. I remember. What are the Galenti chores at the moment? Okay, Dark Ochre is still on the menu. And then damaging Kaldarian Garistas, remote repairs. Destroy Kaldarian Garistas in the war zone. Damage and destroy, same thing. Okay, cool. Faction warfare missions, I don't know. What's coming up? Hacking, 1 day, 15 minutes. So Galenti is 14 out of 30 completion. Ooh. Minmatar took over. No. Damn. We need to catch up. Well, as long as Lamar is lost, it's fine. Oof, the whole build pioneer thing is still... Man, that's not gonna happen, is it? I could support with my ults in the hacking. A department, although... That's a lot of containers hacked. Wonder how busy this is. Yeah, let's try that after downtime. Unless something else happens. We will go hack for Galenti, but I cannot do this on this tune anymore because I already did it. Therefore, let's do it with an alt. Which one is going to be good for this? You wonder if the next Minmatar mission task will be a bit bigger. 750? Doing what? I mean, some of the empires still have to do all these bigger ones from the start, which were completely weirdly portioned, right? It's gonna be harsh. I hope all the empires will get a similar amount of shitty tasks for it to be fair. Alright, so that one... Oh, I am in Dodixie. That's pretty good. Just need a hacking ship now. You can't use the Tech 2 ones, right? What ship was I using? I'm gonna contract that to my alt here. 760 level 3-4 missions with 2 limits per character. I mean, that's real fast. Yeah, that's kind of a joke, I would call it. Yeah, Faction Expo ship I was using. I just want to get a fit I already created. I don't want to do this twice. That was a Heron. If I'm... No, it wasn't. What was I using? Nope. Was it an Imicus? Yeah, I had an Imicus. Create contract. There we go. Should be in the right station as well. And I am. Let's see how this performs. Oh, loot. Let's remove that. We need this. What else? Okay, I think I'm happy with this. Now we gotta go to the bulwark systems. Which, oh god, how do you... Action warfare? There was a way... No, it was... Warzone status. Yeah. That one. Okay, so the bulwarks... There are 3 over there. 1 is here. Now let's just go here first. These things might actually be quite camped. But let's find out. Alright, that one. Participate now. We will get... Yeah, well... The pay is... This is probably one of the first ones. Can we see when they were created? No. Wonder what my performance is with this ship. On this tune. Scanning. Oh, not too bad. Hacking is fine. Scanning is not maxed out. Oh, wait, Fossworks has a page doing something with the military campaigns. Not sure what I can get out of this. Looks a bit bare bone. You prayed for these days? Sorry, what? Liquid? What did you pray? Oh, out of coffee. Sargon, thanks for the raid. Happy Friday. Greetings, Janira. Oh, if you... Wait, I need to click a button. View objectives. Oof. Okay, that... Well, probably gotta get used to this view. It might actually be better as an overview than the in-game one. Alright. Are we there yet? No. Next system is gonna be what I'm looking for. busy this is gonna be. Hello, Fuzunsu. How are you doing? Okay, we have one flash in local. Guess I already know what that is, but let's go and do it anyways. That is definitely a problem, Wolfie. But maybe not necessarily in games. Oh, there we go. We have a site. Under. Oh, the suspect is no longer in system. Maybe I can run this before downtime. Let's be quick. Fuzunsu has been sleeping the last 2 days. That sounds like a good plan. And vacation is over. Damn. Alright, let's see what the scan says. A heron is in here. But is not suspect. Well, I am now. Let's see what the heron does. Was that guy in here for like the... I don't know. Ah, crap. He's almost done. Yeah, that's a waste of time. Let's move. That's a lot of Kildari frigate wrecks in here. Jeez. What's my DPS with this? 197. Not great. Hello, Mr. Gate. How's it going? Nobody in Elmai. Tech 2 solo retribution is good. What are you doing with that ship? Ah, tier 2 abyssals. Electrical. Yeah. Retribution is kind of a potent little solution to that problem. And I guess we're gonna go wait for downtime here now. Oh, there's no station here. Have I ever multi-boxed abyssals? I did do Destroyer Abyss for a while. With 2, that is. I think I looked into Hawks just briefly. But I played so many abyssals when they initially came out. I'm still kind of burned out from that one. Alright, tropes in. Gotta go get a refill and yogurt. There is a 500 million is kicking away right now. Because we're in the green. Good luck. BRB. Yes, I'm yogurt. Servers are green. Okay, my yogurt is hopefully not green. All right. Let's see if I can log in. Oof, wiggles have accumulated. All right, let's fix that. Also closing the raffle. Good luck. The winner gets half a bill. Thanks for the follow. A Ferret Gaming TV. Welcome. Yeah, we're gonna make that yogurt work. Okay, that was all the wiggles. Ah, shoot, another one. Okay, wait. All right, the winner of the ISK is Perayuda. Are you there? I sort of can, Saniko. That's actually how it works. All right, Peta is here. What's your in-game name? Wonderful. Delivered. Do I have that ISK? I do not. That's great. Hold on. Ults for the win, I guess. Or I could sell some things. Order by estimated price. Oh, it is already ordered. Yeah, that's not good. Do dailies and it will have an office. We'll see. Oh, wow. That one doesn't have ISK either. Jeez, what's happening? Okay. Well. Oh, yeah. Yesterday happened. I remember. Well, then we'll liquidify some plex. That's how it works. Back to this guy. I got unisked, yeah. Alright, Peta, congrats. Here is your price. And that's all she got. Let's hack. Greetings, duct taped, and welcome everybody to the stream. Hope you're having a good Friday. Had a elongated coding session this morning, pretty successful actually. So that little chicken run minigame will happen. It's a matter of time. I mean, it's always a matter of time. Oh, was there a patch? I don't think there was. No, yesterday. Yesterday's patch is still advertised. What do I need the integrated drone blueprints for? Yeah, they're quite worthless. I mean, sometimes you can sell them in, you know, off the beaten path systems, especially when it's a new character. They do not have Tech 2 drone skills yet, and they don't want to pay the premium for the faction ones. The integrated is an option, but it's such a niche kind of thing. Yeah, it's kind of a waste. So keep them. But I'm a collector, so I'll keep these BPCs one day, you know, they're gonna matter. Maybe one day they will be an input for something bigger to craft, and then I will be space rich. Probably not. Integrated drones are for alpha characters. Why would they not use faction ones though? Caesar go. They're better. They're a tad more expensive. But not really that much. And greetings, cat. Happy Friday. For newer, unskilled and unskilled alpha characters. Yeah, that's the only reason I would see integrated drones useful. And, you know, they also spread their damage type across 2 different ones, which, yeah, is not cool. For the most part. Unless you want to mess with the reactive. I mean, that would be a PvP situation. And do you really want a PvP with integrated drones? Oof. The amount of sites, I mean, this task is almost impossible, I would say, to do. Oh well, let's try. There's like 10-ish bulwark systems, right? And maybe 3 of these sites up at any given time. How are you gonna hack 56,000 of them in 3 months? That's just crazy bad. I think this is a dead task, really. Okay, we got a site. Let's go. So I need to do 36. That's 4 sites. With a suspect timer. Let's have it. Combat hacking for the win. Why are they gray? I am slightly confused. Okay, they do aggress. Why are these rats gray? What in the world? Which one do I need to keep alive? The buzzard, right? No, a crow. The buzzard is gonna web. That's how it works. What's my range? Oh, not good. Wait, where are my drones? I thought I launched them. What am I doing? Okay, let's kill the buzzard first. Shall we? I'm a little bit... I don't know. Not doing well with this one. Let's kill the crow. The rats are grey because they watch... Oh, yeah, alright, fair enough. Let's kill this quickly. I'd rather not spend my charges on NPCs, really. Well, guess we are. Wait, that one out of the first wave I have to kill anyways, right? And then the second wave will keep one alive. That's how it works. Good stuff. Drones in. Unless something has changed here. No, it seems like exactly what's going to happen. Oh boy. We need tools here. Oh, did I just... Yeah, no. Not good, Erst. Alright, hacking is hard with these sites. So let's make use of the tools. Okay, that one worked. Lock this. Kill the buzzard. Launch drones. Let's go. I should probably move a little as well. And then get more buzzards and crows killed. I could probably orbit this to have a little bit of angular velocity. Alright, now let's kill this. And then the other buzzard, and we keep the crow alive. That's the plan. Alright, fair enough. Yeehaw. Drones in, don't kill the other thing. Next one is there. Rewards from Twitch. You need to do this. The second link you need to click, Lucky. Sorry, the first link to connect to your account to Twitch. Alright, let's hope I'll get a really nice skin from this eventually. Actually, we're gonna go down there. So if you watch this stream for, what is it? How long does the current drop take? 3 hours maybe? 4 hours? And you will get a Halcyon booster. 4 hours, alright. I'm gonna reload. And from tomorrow downtime, there will be a shuttle skin as a drop. It's in the Mars shuttle, Solari. Some Cyber Knight skin? Or what was it? It was just posted in the drops command. Yeah, the drops are related to Foundation Day. That is correct. Ouch. Oh, there it is. Nothing good though. Next, we gotta go up here. best thing to do is click the second link to check the progress, Lucky. Second link in the thing I just posted. The Twitch inventory will show you the progress you got. The other things are sometimes a bit buggy. Hacking under attack feels like quite a chore. Current drop is a booster, which increases... I actually don't know what the Halcyon does. What stats are increased? Tomorrow will be a shuttle skin, lucky marker. From downtime, that is. So, yeah. You gotta watch 4 hours of stream, not necessarily just this one. A lot of creators on Twitch do have the drop, so if you find something that you're more interested in, you can just switch and continue getting your drops from there. Oh, this hack is harsh. Oh, the core is not up there. Okay. Ouch. Ouch, ouch. This does not look good. I need a tool. Shit. Okay, that's helping. And the core is here. That's good enough. Wonderful. And that was the last one, was it? Oh, shoot. I forgot to be in a fleet. You need to be in a fleet when you do this. Right? To get paid the ISK as well. Ah, just messed that up. All right, let's fix it for next time. All right, here we go. What is the bathtub stream? Wait, what? There's no such thing. I am hacking and scanning right now, yes, but one of the new bulwark sites which have some rats in them, plus you become suspect when you enter the site, so I gotta watch local a bit. And now I need a new site. Yeah, that's kind of weird, right, Chombi? Okay, let's go. Find some more sites. think we have a spawn. Don't see any flashy guy yet. Let's see if this is my site. Yep, we got one. Any good loot so far? I don't think so, right? Not really. I don't care if I blow up in this one. Alright, there's nobody here. Let's refresh that suspect flag. What is the closest can? That one. Oh, okay. Jesus. What a crap pack. Okay, we'll start again, I guess. Also, oh. A buzzard. Wait, a buzzard cannot enter here. I think. Oh, there's the core. Now I need a tool. That's not gonna help. What's my strength? Oh, that's actually gonna work. Oh, somebody else is scanning now. Guess we gotta be quick with this. Let's go here. And we'll have to start killing these guys. They're bumping right now. Ooh, interesting. Does the black glass implant help with these sites? Oh, that's a good point. That's probably why I'm struggling. I don't have a black glass right now. Also, I need to focus on killing these. So the one crow will need to stay alive. Buzzard has to die. Let's get the drones back. Come on. There we go. Oh, a Heron Navy issue is coming in, chat. Let's see what they are up to. I don't... We could try to take the... Oh my god, did I just... I just started a reload. I'm such an idiot. Well, let's see. The Heron Navy issue just arrived. Let's see what their plan is. If they are trouble or not. Wait, where's the third one? There. Are they approaching or not? They are... Are they? Yeah, they want to fight apparently. Okay, I guess we're gonna see how that works out. Alright, hello, greetings to you. Let's see if they are shooting our drones or not. Oh, they warped off. Okay. Wait a second. X. What does X mean? Who did I just shoot, by the way? Oh, shit. Ah, my drones just killed the... My drones just killed the thing. X marks... I don't know, the guy in local X'd up. Wait, is this one of you guys? You have to tell me on Twitch that you're approaching, or I will shoot. I cannot just... If you're coming at me like this in a PvP site and you're not telling me who you are beforehand, I will shoot you. So make sure, yeah, to speak up before accidents happen. Oh God, I hate these. Okay, there's the core. I got it there. Oof. You always come in peace. Are you the person who X'd up in local? No? Okay, then, well. Okay, the crow needs to stay alive this time. Hope I will not get confused. Buzzard is too far away. Can't shoot it yet. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I should have brought a black glass. That was... I made this unnecessarily hard on myself. Oh, we got a Drake Navy issue Penumbral Shadow skin. That could be good, actually, in terms of value. I want to keep that one. Is it pretty? Not too bad. A DNI fleet soon? I'm not sure about it. What would I do with a Drake Navy issue. A Kestrel. Day 0 Abyssal. Yeah, that's probably not what's gonna happen here. Well, let's see. The Kestrel is coming in. The Kestrel is gonna be... Is the Kestrel coming at me? The Kestrel might just be super, like, crazy range. The Kestrel is certainly not going to hack. Okay, the Kestrel is gonna try to shoot us. Let's see. Drones out. Let's go at the Kestrel, shall we? Oh, I should not waste this. There's no way this is gonna happen. Why would you... I don't understand. Don't tell me I killed another, like, new bro. Really? What? He got scrammed? No, the rats were on me. This isn't... Why? No, 21. Okay. So, I mean, if... Sorry. I don't know what... Why are you here? Why did you enter this site in an abyss? Fitted... What? No, his character is 2021. He's not 6 months old. 2021 is... Yeah, I don't know why. Why this fit? Why on this site? It's gonna take another 5 years off, I hope. I hope not. Here's the thing, you even need to scan this... Huh? How can he warp to this site? I don't understand. Oh shit, I don't have... Oh my god. Wait. I need to kill the buzzard. Wasn't he in the Navy Heron previously? Was he? Oh shit, a beacon appears when someone warped to the site. Oh, I guess that's what happened. I see. Oh, okay. That he might actually have accidentally come in here. Oh well. Weird Friday. And I was like, this is an elaborate setup. That guy's just gonna, like, kite me or something and kill me. Apparently not. Also, he would have had to confirm the suspect flag, right? As well. So he warped to something, he didn't know what it is, and then he accepted the, yes, it's okay that I get a suspect flag thing. That's definitely not my fault. At this point, I feel like I had the right to shoot. The thing is, I can't really hesitate with these situations. If I hesitate to check, yeah, is this, you know, maybe a new bro who doesn't know what they're doing? If I hesitate, I might actually just die to an actual PvP fight. Because I wanted to make sure I don't hurt anybody who isn't prepared for it. Okay. Come. Where's the pay? Did they remove the pay? Apparently. Weird. Yeah, I'm a bloodthirsty PvP killing machine. Okay, where to next? I'm just gonna... Oh, I do have a jump. Wait, what? Why is there no yellow gate? Weird. Is it possible he had a safe location and that the hacking site spawned there? I mean, he was right at the beacon when arriving. That's unlikely. I mean, that's virtually impossible. It was the same guy, so why would he... Huh? I don't understand what just happened. It's okay. I don't have to understand everything. But I need ancillary shield charges, that's for sure. Where can I buy these? Is that low sec? No. Okay, let's go get these. His corporation is a ghost side corporation. Maybe it was just curious. Oh, okay. I think I know what happened. The guy scanned the site and was like, wait, there's rats in it. Let's bring a combat vessel. That's probably what happened. Oh no. Hiya. Sorry for your loss. If you want to understand what happened, currently live, feel free to say hi on stream. He already had me aggressed when he entered, did he? Not yet. Well, let's make a promotion out of it, shall we? Well, maybe they were actually watching, right? Well, oh, that was myself. Cheers. Erst, okay. Let's go. I need some things. Where's the toxic canker? No. I'm offering an explanation, or maybe we will learn why they did what they did. And here's the thing, I did not gank anybody. This guy came at me. Alright, I didn't do anything wrong there. My site. I was already suspect, they entered. They got the suspect flag, and apparently they shot at me as well, so... Ooh, we got a mail back. Now, I want to check the response to see if it's stream safe or not. A gain of experience is not a loss. Okay. That's what they said in the mail. That's That's the Eve attitude. Yeah, that's a smooth response. Absolutely. So I'm not worried them quitting for this interaction. So he was aggressed when he entered. Aggression ended and became suspect again, and he aggressed again. Okay, weird. Anyways, let's get some charges and continue for a bit. These sites make for interesting experiences, I have to say. Alright, after this, I gotta go back to... let's do this, and then go here. Oh, honeycomb... honeycomb Industries, now I got it. There you are. I was really confused about you showing up the way you showed up there, and I was like, you know what, if that Kestrel is gonna long point me and end me, that's not gonna happen. I thought it was a setup. Even the freaking D-scan name of the ship with the Abyss, I thought, nah, I better start shooting. It was a good fight. You had no idea I'd be that tanky. Oh, wait a second. I see, and the crow tackle assist did not help. Nope. So, in fact, here's the thing. I can shoot back, but I'm not actually tackling myself. This is a combat hacker here. Let's say if you would have stayed in your hacking ship and you just went for some cans, I would have been fine. I would have hacked my cans and, you know, let live, all these things. But that Kestrel was just suspect. Too suspect for me. And, you know, the tank you saw was actually only half of the tank I had. When I run out of shield booster thingies, I will still tank armor for a bit. This is kind of like the combat Heron, in a way. I thought I did buy the charges, did I not? Oh, there they are. Okay. I have no idea how many I can carry. Let's buy 50 maybe. Is this too much? No, that's fine. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. They're actually real small. Well then. Let's buy a bunch more. Maybe 300. Sounds like a bad deal. Okay, now let's get the loot out of there. We need these. We don't need that. Heart shell. We could use the heart shell. There's a state hard point. Oh, that one as well. I can use these boosters actually to make my ship stronger. Boom. Boom. Oh, well, maybe not all three. Okay, now I think I'm ready for another round. So guys, I don't feel bad anymore. The Kestrel actually was out, or had it out for us. I'll share the fit in a second. Now let's go. How many jumps until 1, 2, 3, and then scan. Bulwark hacking, something like, is it wark? I don't know how it's called. Exclamation mark. Fit is now pointing to Eventually pointing to... later. Slightly annoyed at this point. Where were we? There was a launcher update? Okay, cool. Oh wait, you can't start your game. I would reboot and then check. Am I using the Verge vendor signal pinging trick for my exploration? What the hell is that? The Verge vendor signal pinging. Now I'm actually curious. You needed an error? Yeah, I don't know what's happening. The site's not working. I'll try one more time if it doesn't work. Okay, it's not working. Sorry, can't share the fit. So I do not know what the Verge vendor signal pinging trick is. Unless it's just another name for, I don't know, purchase. Yeah, if somebody wants to fit, I can drag it into the tutors in-game channel. That's what's gonna work. I put it there. Are we in a bulwark system? Yes. Ooh, that's a lot of 6. There is... I don't know what's going on here. No suspect yet. Can you solo the SEC, whatever sites in low sec? What was that in a Tech 3? Cruiser, I think. Well, that's I did attempt these when they initially came out, but then they were changed, so I don't know anymore if it will work. All right, we got an intelligence site. Hello, my name is Gabe. Okay, nobody's in here yet. Let's go. Oh, there's a second site in this local. Nice. All right, let's go kill these. Oh wait, too far away. Thanks for the follow. Mid-arch, welcome. Cheers, thanks Yoda Master for reposting the fitting. I'm a bit slow killing these apparently. There we go. I gotta wait for them. The next spawn is actually spawning down there and has a really shitty time now bumping into the rock, so I have a little bit of peace. Which is kind of nice. Oh, this is gonna suck. Alright, let's go through here. Oh, there's the core. Nice. 14 mil estimate. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Cosmic signals are region bound. Yes. Which means you clear a signal in one system in a region. Yes, yes. I have not actively employed the tactics for this. I'm just going through all the bulwark systems and scan whatever is new. Oh, shit. They're here now. Ouch. Let's focus on the killing for a sec. Oh my god. How about we don't shoot the actual can? One of the crows need to survive. Okay. I see. That sounds like a really neat way to respawn sites quick. Although it probably won't help too much with this specific activity here. Where's the hacking thing? There. There's such limited amount of sites with this, as in limited amount of space this can spawn. I have to be in a Galente bulwark for it to work. Am I done? 1, 2, 3. Yes. Let's go down now. Faye, that is a stream overlay I created for your viewing pleasure, and it does indicate how good my drones are applying or my gun. All based on the combat lock that is written to your disk. You got caught in an outbreak. Thanks, honey. I was aware of the respawning mechanics, but I haven't employed it in this particular instance yet. I mean, there's only like 10 different systems, and I'm just gonna go through the 10 different systems all over and pick up the new signatures. Also, I only need to do this and one more site, and then I'm done already with the whole shebang for the Galente progress, that is. Thanks, Fuzunsu, for the gifted sub. That is very kind. Hello, LGO. How's it going? Hey, LGO, you are also live streaming. You were painting, right? Recently? Or am I mixing things up there? Now I need a tool. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. That's a tool. Okay. Yay! We got it. So LGO confirmed creator. Let's do shout out. Go check their stream. Greetings, Harmodious. All right, 3 more, and then 1 more site. So far, no casualties. Well, no casualties on my side. Sorry. So you paint chips from Eve, currently replaying the nightmare painting from yesterday while holing and being a dad. All right. There's 2 sites in this system. Wonder if there's somebody gonna wait at the entrance of the other one. We will find out soon enough. So I didn't get paid for the previous site though. Did they remove the pay? Might be a thing. Maybe that was a bug. Can't remember a patch note though stating this. I did outsource the painting. My little ones are doing the painting. That also makes being a dad easier because they're busy. And then you can play video games instead. And then once in a while, they're gonna ask for another print, and then let them color. That's a win-win, yeah. 100%. Ouch. Okay. This one is gonna be not working out, is it? Oh, you gotta be kidding me, game. Okay, we'll restart the hack. This is dumb. Ooh, scanner probes are up. We might get a visitor soon here. There's the core. Was that it? Yeah, that was it. Site completed. I wonder who we will meet at this site now. Let's go check. I warped at 100, I will create a perch. And then warp at 0 if nobody is hanging out there yet. Don't want to warp into a trap. Somebody else is scanning this right now. Or wait, those might be my probes actually. Yep, those were my probes. Not sure the perch is actually going to work here. Let's find out. Nope, it isn't. Ah, shoot. All right. Can't you make the twins do Skinner? Oh, not yet. They're not playing Eve. Well, they're not playing a lot of computer games. Occasionally, some Paw Patrol stuff on the TV. Oh, I got another skin. Heron Navy issue Penumbral Shadows. This should actually do the trick. If I don't get interrupted. I'll just switch to another character after this, doing the same thing, helping out Galenti is the plan. Do the penumbral skins look like? Black and gold. Pretty stylish, actually. It's with one of these hacks again. Okay, we got it. So. You have a Nyx penumbral skin. Sweet. Must have been expensive. Look at these little climbers. I need to pull the drones when the buzzard is dead so they don't hurt the crow. And we are good to go. Wish I had a micro warp drive, but that would make the PvP situations a bit weird. Hello, Tomben. How's it going? Well, yogurt time. These sites are called something infiltration site. State Intelligence Exfil. in this case. There's a version for each faction. And they spawn in bulwark systems in faction warfare space. Faction space, not faction warfare space. Bulwarks are the high sec ones. So you don't have to be part of faction warfare to run these. And they pay, I would say, okay-ish. You cannot bring the Tech 2 hackers, though, to this gig. It has to be either the Tech 1s or the Navy versions of the hackers. Or a frigate. Or a Navy frigate. Of any kind. There's another exfil in Ansai. Yeah, I'm on the way there. Cheers. Also, you know, just... this is actually the last one I need to do. I'll have to change character afterwards. I am helping Galenti progressing their campaign. I did it already with my main. This is an alt. Now I'll have to figure out another alt to do it. Mikasa, in order to find bulwark systems, you go to your map. In the map, you go choose factional warfare, and then you click warzone status. So factional warfare, warzone status. And then you see there is lighter colored thingies and darker colored thingies. The darker colored thingies in high sec are bulwark systems, all of them. So you're looking for the darker colored thingies in high sec of the faction you want to run it for or against. Can you use an Estero on... I don't think so. I don't think so. Because cloak. Yeah, Astero's pirate faction anyways, right? Yeah. You can only use Tech 1 and Navy frigates of any kind. That was the definition. Is this kind of exploration more profitable than Relic in null space? Probably not, because of the competition. This is more a thing you do when there's additional reasons to do it, like the campaign, for example. SOE isn't Navy either in Nominatus. Ouch. Yeah, Chores probably here. Shit. Now I completely effed it up. Alright, we'll restart. Do they explode if you fail the second hack? Damn it. I'm gonna mess this up again, am I? Oh no, it's there. Was that it? Nope. One more. You have to kill the first wave completely, Mikasa, and in the second wave you leave one crow alive. Otherwise they keep spawning, so I just have a pet right now that will warp off once I'm done with the last hack. So I don't have to kill it. And you don't want to kill it, otherwise it spawns friends again. What a shit. Site here again. Yeah, cool. Okay, you know what? We'll just restart. Is the last hack gonna be the one I fail? Probably. Okay, let's try again. Focus. That one is great. That one's not so great. Well. Oh god. I should have brought a black glass. That is my fault. Shoot. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, game. Really? Oh. Yeah, I guess I effed that up. Core is somewhere here. Yeah, now I need a tool though. But that's not gonna happen, is it? Nope. So we will find out. Does this explode? When you... Yeah, it does. Does it still complete the site? Yes, it does. Ah, now I have to find one more. Just for one hack. Ah. Crap. I'm gonna dock the loot. Second link, you can check progress, Lucky, if that's what you're looking for.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
All right, let's go. And with the next tune, I will bring a black gloss. Oh boy. East side. Thanks a lot. First, wine gift and then this. Let me add or walk in the dinosaur. Thanks for the support. How are you doing, East side? I got the package yesterday. I can share the fit in game because the Eve workbench is not working. For me anyways. So if you want to hack relic sites and use a black glass implant, you will have to use an integrated analyzer or a Zugma. Otherwise, you will not get the bonus for the black glass. However, if it's event sites or if it's data sites you want to hack, you can just use a Tech 2 data analyzer and that will benefit from the black glass right away.
Drive active.
Nobody is in there yet.
Drive active.
Without black glass, impossible. I don't have a black glass right now. It's kind of annoying, you know, to hack under distress, so to speak. I gotta focus on, you know, not dying to the rats. Then I gotta focus on de-scanning and making some good decisions when it comes to player encounters. Somebody else is scanning right now. And Imicus is here again. Well, technically I'm done now. I still, yeah, let's try to get the loot. Oh no, I just initiated the reload of my Ansel. So bad. I need a hotkey that only reloads a certain set of modules and not all of them. Where's the other one? There should be a third up here. Oh, there. Okay, now the other crow is coming. Yeah, I guess we'll have to use... Oh no, time should be fine. One more buzzard after this. Imicus is still sitting there. You know what? I'm gonna go now because I did the progress with this character. And get the ship. Yeah, we'll dock the ship there and give it to whoever is next. But Toro the Overlay is something I created for the stream so I can see how good I apply damage. What's happening in Amazon later today? I have no idea. There might be another fight happening like last week. I have not heard anything. If there is a link, let us know.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Oh wait, Monkey did DM me. What's happening? Oh, okay. So here we go. Hack Galenti Bulwark. Boom, done. I did my job. Workbench is working now. I mean, it was working before in terms of like navigating to Fits, but I couldn't upload one. But hell, let's try. Maybe it works this time. Copy the clipboard. This is, if this doesn't work, I will give up for a while. Where is it? New Fits. No? No. Nope. I have no idea. I know Monkey just had an info on what prolonging nano swarm egg does. Missile flight time bonus, apparently. I can share the fit in game if you're in the tutors channel or erst plays. Just let me know. Okay, so which character are we gonna use next? Trying to figure out where my main is. Oh, there. Oh, yeah, right. Where do I need to be? In Unsal. 17 jumps. That's a bit meh. Oh, wait. Maybe I already completed it with this one. I did not. Okay. I would say it's actually pretty okay-isk, the whole doing this. Helping out Galente, we get some nice penumbral skins and some boosters. That is pretty decent, thanks for the follow. Tail log. Is it allowed to use some kind of overlay like this? Yes, Batoro. So the overlay I use are based on what is written into your combat log on disk. That's under your documents E folder. You can just read that and visualize it. You're not allowed to do automatic action based on this stuff, but you can visualize it however you want. If you want to have a DPS meter, I recommend Peld. It's easy to install. I don't want the expensive shuttle. $100K is good enough. How do you spell that? I just linked it in chat. Greetings, Tarp. How's it going? So in Amamaka today, it is an Astrahus timer from Only Fleets that's going to happen in the evening. Cool. What time exactly? Take a Leopard, yes, and then die to a Smart Bomber in high sec. A DPS meter works good for PvP too. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a DPS meter. The damage you do is shown to you. Although I don't think it... During a PvP fight, you wouldn't look at your DPS. You may want to judge how good you apply the damage, not like how much you do. That's more helpful. No sense of excitement. I mean, if you have a Leopard, I'll take it off your hands and then just fly it around in high sec until kaboom. Oh, wow. There's a... Oh, wait. Am I supposed to talk about this? Okay, apparently all skill boost bundles are being retired. Retirement sales have a deep discount. Wait, is it already in the store? Do we need SP? Where would the store be? No, wait, that's that one. One second, I'm trying to find the store. Oh yeah, 5 days. Skill boost training bundles are 50% off, apparently. So if you need skill boost, they're half price. Wasn't there a 2 for 3? A 3 for 2, and now it is a 2 for 1. That's better, right? Yeah, math says yes. There's a skill point booster bundle sale, whatever, and if you would like to support the channel at the same time, code erst is a thing in Marquee store as well as in storyofonline.com. Chill end. Oh, and Omega is off as well, 20% with some Khanid Cyber Knight skins. So there's another sale going on at the same time. Yeehaw! Which rigs am I using? In the fit? Oof, I just logged off. I have to wait. The rigs are 2 nano pumps for tank. That's the armor tank. And then a small polycarbon engine housing tech 2 probably. Yeah, to get sub 3 second align. Which is going to help when you're a suspect in high sec. You don't want to linger too long at the gate. Hello Race, how's it going? You don't see those packages? I just saw them in... Hold on, I'll link. Where is it? There. There's a skill training sale. And that one is, yeah, half price. 7... Almost 8 million SP for 96 bucks. And then Omega has the, yeah, 20% off. And skins, I believe. Yeah, includes some skins. Oh, wait, it does include more stuff. 100,000 free SP, and then an advanced cerebral. 2 agency support drops in the... Okay, well, there's quite a lot in these bundles, actually. Huh. Okay, that one only has skins in it. Oh yeah, it says Omega plus bonus items plus skin. The others, the higher bundles are just Omega and skins. I see. Yeah, I just got the ping from Marquee, so maybe the store was mid-update. Maybe they were a bit late pushing it. The skill training, is this only the big pack? Good question. It looks like it. I mean, there's only one. I don't see... Oh, no. I guess they didn't update the shop proper yet. All of the bundles are 50% off. The skill training ones, that is. Just give it a sec. Maybe the shop is gonna refresh proper. Yeah, if there is promotions, it's always in both shops, you roll. Make use of the currency conversion and code erst as well, and 3% off with Marquee Store on top of it. Yeah, always do the math, right? I mean, we're EVE players. We always min-max the shit out of everything. Also, did you know if you buy one of the... How's it called? The packs. Which you can only buy once per account. The sentence actually goes, you can buy it once per account per store. So if you buy it in the storeeveonline.com store, you can still buy another one in Marquee store. Because there you get a code and you can apply it. So you can double dip. And then, well, if the bundle is really good, you can even buy it in the NES itself. But there, obviously, you won't get the Plex part anymore. That is included in the other packs on the Real Money store. So much opportunity to spend money. Yeah, there is a website here where you can check which bundles are worth it. I can link it. One sec. Where is it? That one? Yeah, EVE Pilot Services Overview. I don't expect the current packs to be there already, but may update soon. There, maybe you can do some math and figure it out. What's the most efficient thing to do? For your situation, it always comes down to, you know, what do you need? Do you need MCTs? Do you need Plex? Do you need SP or just Omega? Or you want some skins you may be able to cash in on the market? Or a combination thereof. Alright, almost there. Let's go pick up the ship. Did I accept the mission? I did. But man, global progress. 59,850. What does that mean? 58,950 divided by 36. 2,400 characters need to complete this. That is harsh. At least not as crazy as the Pioneers, Hernandez. Yeah, I know. I don't think the Pioneers will be done. That was just a really mean goal. Yeah, the first targets for Galente are absolutely unreal. I hope the other empires will just get a fair amount of these as well. Otherwise, Galente are gonna coal foul or something. Start making more characters? Yeah, I don't know about that. That can't be the solution. Or the goal, really. Galente are professional whiners. Oh well. Ah, you were one. What do you mean were? What are you now? I know what to do, John B. I will create an Eve, a Swiss Eve gathering, just a private one for myself. So I'm gonna announce it. I'm gonna be there, and I'm gonna protest it. That's what I'm gonna do because Galente got the hard things. I'm gonna protest on my own event, sort of stopping me from attending. That's multi-boxing. Joey Lost will appear. He will not be able to enter either. He was not invited. Joe in front of closed doors. Yes, that's the plan, Normal. I guess I'll need some wine after this, and I have wine thanks to Eastside. I wonder, shall I open one of the value bottles or one of the fancy ones? That's the question. Yes, okay, both. I reckon. I deserve fancy? How come? It's fancy, it's Friday. Okay. Actually, East Side. I have a plan. I'm gonna take a picture of the 3 fancy bottles. And I need you to tell me tomorrow which one. Since you paid for it. That's only fair. And then I will judge your choice. Oh no. Okay, we got the ship. Let's put on the skin and off we go. What if it's not good? Then I can blame, I can blame you. No, wait. We can blame them, in fact. So I did not order wines specifically. Oh, what am I doing? I ordered a trio of 3 value wines, which the supplier is going to suggest or choose for me, and a trio of fancy wines. That way I might get to learn some new fancy wines, which is great. Or some wines I like. Usually when I go and buy wine, I'm like, you know what? If I'm going to pay, I don't know, 20 for a bottle, I'm going to go for a bottle I know is going to be good. And there you don't really learn new things. This time, well, different. I didn't pay for it, so I was like, oh, give me bottles. I will try. What is a fancy wine? What was the fancy package? I think it was somewhere between 30 to 40 bucks per bottle is the fancy package. The wines are all from Italy and Spain, Aslan. That's all they had, which is fine. I'm absolutely into wines that are not French. That's the important part. Where do we go? Bulwark. Warzone status. I think I did have a South African wine in the past. I don't remember if it was good or not. I had it at a restaurant for sure. I mean, Aslan, you can have a decent bottle of wine for 10 bucks. I consider that value. For 30 to 40 bucks, man, you can even have a really good Amarone. Which, I don't know. Maybe they sent me one. $10 is what I normally spend for a bottle of wine, emotional. And then it's usually a Primitivo or a Rioja. Oh, we got 8 sites. How about local? Nobody is yellow yet. Yeah, Forgotten Toms. That's why I went for the, hey, surprise me with 3 cheaper wines and 3 a bit more expensive wines. So I get to learn. The thing is, you can't get a cheap, but you can't get the 10 bucks Amarone. That's just not going to happen. And if you do, it's a Temu Amarone, and I don't think that's... If you do that... Can you order wine at Temu? Then you should really question your life choices. I don't know if Temu has wine. And I do not want to know. Maybe they have a wine kit. They'll give you an empty bottle and a bunch of grapes and then a do-it-yourself manual or something. Oh wait, why is my orbit 80 kilometers? That's not gonna help. Let's try that. There. It ferments during the ship over. Yep. Orbit at 80 makes hacking a little bit tricky. Give you a bottle of water and the Bible. Jesus. No. Oh no. I didn't see that coming. Oh Container aged. Yeah, you know, that might be actually a specialty. You never know. I think the first folks who did figure out wine, I think that was an accident, wasn't it? When do the ore sites reset? At downtime or weekly? I have no idea. Ouch. Is the core up here? Yes. Lucky me. Crow is dead. Wonderful. We need to kill another crow and the buzzard. Poor guy is still bumping. Some say that agriculture was developed because of alcohol. Really? Well, I don't know too much about history. Alcohol-based drinks were safer than water. That kind of makes sense, right? Acts like a disinfectant, really. And thanks, Some of Null, for the follow-up. Welcome. Animals like ape, elephants get drunk as well. But by eating like fermented fruit that's laying on the ground. Imagine. I mean, I watched what was it called? Was it called Dumbo? The show? Not the show, the movie. Yeah, I believe that. Cheers, someone. No, thanks for hanging out. All right, progress. Chop, chop. I'm kind of surprised that there's not much competition going on here for this. I heard horror stories about people camping these sites and stopping Galenti pilots from completing them. Doesn't look like it. Good morning, Zorba. How are you doing? You're camping in the woods, not the sites. All right, Mr. Schmickles, you do you. It's too early in the morning. I mean, it is... okay. I guess EU is gonna start playing for real in an hour or so because weekend. You encountered some people camping in Orval, alright. Did you see the Eve news where Kildare are accused of harboring the Avalon Vanguard fleet? Yes. We even visited the flotilla yesterday. The site is a bit dark, but it looks... I mean, that's probably intentional. Looks quite cool. Oh, I thought I failed it. Nope. All good. Boom. Yes, leaving one rat up. So the first spawn, you have to kill all of it because there's always going to be a second spawn, and then you keep one crow alive from the second spawn, which stops the... well, you need to keep one rat alive, and I choose to keep the point alive because that one is less annoying than the web. And when you finish the site, the point actually warps off. So you don't have to kill it. The web is just going to slow you down going from can to can. Oh wow, 200k for the hardest hack. That is glorious, but well, site 1 complete. Let's continue our journey. Which station in Dodix is the trade hub? The Federation Navy Assembly Plant, I believe it's called. Is there a station structure? Let's go tether while scanning. Nothing there. Hello, die Schule. And good afternoon, everybody. I hope your weekend is slowly coming up on you. Mine is going to be a regular one, as in no stream on Sunday, most likely, since a family is back home. They arrived on a Wednesday and they're sleeping off their jet lag and creating chaos already, as usual. And then it is time for school from next week. Yeah, my bachelor life is over. Back to daddy duties, yes. But they are pretty chill these days, weeks. As long as they have something to, I don't know, craft, color, play. They are just keeping themselves busy. Luckily, they don't hate each other either, so they can just play together. Oh, somebody probably finished the site just now. Wondering from what age they will be little assholes. Guess I'll find out soon enough. Day 0? But so far, it could have been worse so far. What age will they start playing Eve with me? I have no idea. Not yet. They're not really into computer games, and I guess I appreciate that for now. We'll see how it goes. I'm kind of not looking forward to the whole social media kind of crap. They are over Pal World at this point, Aslan. All right, Tronby. I think that they will just, I don't know, have a cloud gaming subscription. That's pretty much where it's going, isn't it? Having your own computer running the games is that's going to be retro in 20 years from now. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm not happy about that, but pretty sure it's where we are going. It is a pretty ship skin, yes. We got that from the last Capsuleer celebration. I mean, the question is not, does it work, Tronby? The question is, do we really want to have everything as a service instead of owning stuff? And I don't think we want that, but that's probably going to be the way it's going to be. That's kind of annoying, Solaria, if it's always reset. Okay, we got a site here. You know, Daria, I want to own stuff too, but at some point, what if the people, you know, making graphics cards are just going to be like, nah, we're not selling anything anymore to consumers because we don't want. What are you going to do? At some point, your 4080, or I don't know, in 20 years from now, your 4080 is not going to play the fancy titles anymore. Oh shit. Why are there 8 rats? Ouch. Oh, this is going to hurt. Too many rats. Die, die, die. Come I'm gonna keep one crow alive, okay. The buzzards. Ouch. If I were here in a regular hacker, I would have died to this. Oh, stop. Over tanking. Oh my god. Oh, yeah, no. Don't kill it, Erst. OMG. Okay. Cool. You think, Wildport? I don't think the developers would do that if, you know, the cloud gaming thing is the way to run the games. The developer will just do whatever makes the most sense in terms of where, you know, they can actually sell units. And if the majority of the market is going to shift into cloud gaming, and you cannot tell me, no, people will stop playing games because they cannot own the games anymore. That simply doesn't happen. That's the same crap with, yeah, vote you with your wallet and yada, yada, yada. That never happens. Or almost never happens. So I don't think the developers would actually do, okay, there's going to be open source projects and, you know, smaller indie stuff, which is going to do that. But you are not going to play the GTA 725 when it comes out. Pretty sure you won't. But yeah, your guess is as good as mine. But the trend clearly is going to subscriptions and has been for what, 2 decades at this point. I wonder if somebody spawned this intentionally to kill people on Warpin. Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, you get some sweet ads in BMWs now, right? That you supposedly own. That was an upset. Even Lewis was upset about it. I wonder if there's already a book by that title, but at some point there will be a book by the title Life as a Subscription. That's gonna happen. 100%. Oh, Animicus actually died in here. Poor guy. Couldn't handle the NPC pressure. It was a subscription, Amicus. It was like a 30-day loaner, right? And it's gone. Oh, a buzzard. Fish and chips. Although, yeah, buzzard cannot enter this site. Right. Oh, wow. Thanks for using code erst on Marquee Store. Ouch, that's gonna drain my wallet. Let's do the math. Alright. Final giveaway today will be 856 million, apparently. Yeah, time to make coffee. Good luck. Or good success. Mine is running out. And I'll have to make sure to get the right bus today so I'm home quickly. The little shits will be waiting. Yeah, charging is at 81% as well, so maybe we can get a second giveaway and make it even worse on my wallet. Okay, that was a shit hack so far. And it's getting worse. Ouch. Okay, tool. Tool helps. Another tool. Okay, core is down here. That is unfortunate. Ah, shoot. Alright, I guess we're gonna lose this. Oh, maybe not. Now I need a tool. Oh god, I have 1 HP left. And thanks for whatever just happened. What happened? Was that another code erst? Maybe. Cheers. I need a tool. Oh, here. Okay. No, the game says no. Oh, I'm gonna lose this. Damn. Hack failed. Again. That's a bit short for a wiggle. There. Let's do proper. Proper ones. Ouch. Okay, there it is, though. We'll get that one killed. Boom. 11 mil. Wow. And the site is complete. And something I haven't scanned yet is still around. Oh, charging is at 100%. Shall we? Yeah, let's do some giveaways. Exclamation mark raffle. We'll have 2 winners. Top winner is going to get the 892 million ISK. Bottom winner 200 from the charging. Thanks for the support, you guys rock. That is a wormhole. Oh, also, let's add the nuggets for east side. According to the current, how's it called? The conversion rate. It is 123 nuggets. Boom. Nuggets are tethered to the dollar. That's how it works here. Cheers. Closing the raffle in 10 seconds. No, Alxie, don't. Why would you instigate these things on a Friday? Closing the raffle in 3, 2, 1, and gone. Good luck. Next pickup is not a new chair, it is a fan. That's the plan. Alright, we got the winners. Congrats. Salatra in the Rorcal wins the 892. 200 for Dark the Gamer. Alright, Dark the Gamer is here as well. Let's pay out. I need to cash in some assets, man. This is starting to look bad. 892. Congrats. There is that. And Dark the Gamer. Oh, which one? Wait. Is that the right one? No, that one. 200 mil. And we got this one sorted as well as the Chores deposit. And this is where I will wrap it up for today. Gonna go home, take care of the little ones. I'll be back again tomorrow pre-downtime with something naughty, probably Albion, and then we will have Eve from downtime with tutors and other things. We'll see how it goes. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. If you want to wreck my wallet off stream, Chores works at both stores. Plus, there is 50% off with the skill point bundles now and 20% off Omega Plus skins and stuff. Consider using Chores, and that's where I clock out. You guys take care. Fly, and I'll see you next time. Bye.